Alrighty, let's get this started. Hello everyone, welcome back. Well, I say welcome back, welcome. It's the first Jingle Jam stream that we're going to be doing on the channel. First of four. We've got a few lined up depending on what topics and things interest you the most, and we're going to be trying a few different things and seeing what's interesting, but most of all, we're here to have a good time, play some more random indie games, and hopefully raise some funds for charity. I'm also trying out something a little bit kind of dumb, possibly, maybe. We're going to see what happens here. If my lighting looks a little bit better than usual, it's because I realized, oh hey, I have a flashlight on my phone. I can just hook that up over the top of my monitor and that will help with the lighting a little bit. So they look like this instead of this. Ta-da! But also I don't know how long it's going to stay on for, or if it might just kind of fall off at some point. So if the lighting suddenly changes and you hear a loud thump, that's why. Welcome everyone. Got a few people hanging out with us at the moment. Hello Sky, hi Des, how you doing? Jazzy Caddy, hello. Mediate, hello. Who else we got here? John Leonard, hello as well. Mo38, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a little while. Hope you're doing well. Hots and Plots fan received a gift sub, as did Mr. Cat Dad Story 6377 and Snailstis. Oh, and 7x00pl95. Congrats to all the 5 people that got a free gift sub. Make sure you head over to the Discord to take advantage of it if you even see this. But otherwise, welcome. Torch Brenner, how you doing? It's so good to see all of you. Alright, so a couple of things to get out of the way before we kick off with actually playing some games. Obviously, this is a stream as part of Jingle Jam. We're raising funds for War Child. If you aren't familiar with Jingle Jam, it's been around for a while and I feel quite honored to be a part of it. I mean, anyone can sign up for it. I just hadn't even considered that this was a thing within my realm of possibility of things to do, so it's quite an honor to be able to be here and be part of it, because it's something that was initially started by the YouTubers, the Yogscast, who, if you don't know about them, where have you been all these years? Because they're part, like, some of the OG Minecraft YouTubers, like, they have been around for a long time. In fact, they were probably like my gateway into Minecraft through their Shadow of Israfel series, which, if you know what I'm talking about, you know that that was peak at the time. But holy cow, it's old now. Definitely showing my age. Des, you had uni from 8 AM till 5 PM today. It was kind of tiring, but at least I went to react to the new FNAF movie with friends. I have not even seen the first one yet, so you have to tell me if it's any good and worth going to, because I've only played the first FNAF game and not any after that, so I don't know if it's actually worth investing time into. But yeah, so it's kind of surreal to be taking part in Jingle Jam, given that I was involved, well, not involved, a fan of the Yogscast many years ago, and now it's all kind of come full circle and I get to be part of this big event as well, which is quite good fun. So yes, we're raising funds for War Child, a charity that basically supports removing children from war zones, helping end wars and making sure that they have futures, which, as you know, many kids who are displaced by war may not. So good, worthy cause to support. Make sure that that's correctly. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So basically, in honor of supporting War Child, I thought we would kick things off by actually playing the War Child games collection, of which we played one of the games from it. Gosh, would have been about a year and a half ago, which was, oh gosh, I should remember it. I can't even remember what's the name of it. Oh, this is going to annoy me. It was the one where there were 3 different robots that you could play as, and you had to like unlock them and switch between them. I can see the image in my head. I had looked this up before, and now I have completely forgotten. Actually, you know what? I can find it. It was 10-Minute Tower. That's the one. I was thinking it was like called like 100 robots or something, because everything I've been playing so far has been called 100 something. No, it was called 10-Minute Tower. That was the one we played. 3 different robots that you'd run around and solve puzzles with. It was good fun. And that's where I feel I may have set myself up for failure with this stream, if I'm being totally honest. Simply because it's going to be a very mixed bag of games, because many of these were created during a game jam. Some of them are not 100% finished. They were created for charity. It's going to be a very mixed bag of games. And it also means that I'm going to feel a little bit bad critiquing them, knowing that they're for charity. So this could get a little bit awkward. But hey, that's part of the fun of it, right? So we're here to look at some weird indie games. We're doing this for charity to raise some funds to support children being displaced from war. And we're going to be looking at some stuff that people don't normally look at. Now, if you're new to how all this works, if you would like to donate to the cause, just scan the QR code on screen or follow one of the links in the description. Don't use super chats or anything like that, because those are donations that would still go directly to me. Follow the Tiltify links, and that will mean that all of the proceeds go directly to charity. The biggest thing to know at the moment is, in addition to the main one that's part of Jingle Jam, where you can donate £35 or more in a single transaction and get a 15 game bundle straight away. There's also a couple of other perks available on there. So, for example, there's one where, which reminds me, I'll need to grab some treats for the cats as well, because although she's sleeping at the moment, as soon as she hears that treat bag rattle, she will be awake and happily eating out of the palm of my hand. So there's one there for that. There's one for creating a tier list, which could get a little bit silly if you wanted to go down that route. Yes, the other one, for those who are a fan of the cat cam, you can pay to basically switch out the gaming with the cat cam, so the cat's cam is the main screen instead, because let's be honest, she's beautiful. She deserves to be on the full screen. So we're doing them just as a little bit of fun for a while. All right. So yes, Sky is correct. You need to make sure you add the game in the bundle in the checkout, not just donate. So if you follow through the link, it'll show you the 4 different perks. Just make sure you click add to cart on the £35 bundle. Away you go from there. Nice and straightforward. So I think without any further chat, let's get stuck into it, because I'm kind of excited to show you guys what this looks like. And we can all explore some weird stuff together. I'm not going to be doing the normal stream format of 30 minutes on a timer. We're just going to play it until we have seen everything we want to see. So this goes under the title Help the Game, because it is part of a charity bundle, which is basically just a launcher. This is what we get. So apologies if you can't see any of the text on screen, because it's a little bit small and I can't make it bigger, but it basically just gives a little overview of each of the games. This functions as a launcher for each of the 11, 12 games that are in the bundle. So 10-Minute Tower is the one that we've played before. Ooh, let's just turn that down a little. That's better. And I appreciate that they actually listed these in alphabetical order, because guess what that means? Sticking on brand for the channel. We're going to play them in alphabetical order. What's from here? Gray, for this stream, you're having gingerbread tea. That sounds exceedingly appropriate. Good pick. I'm currently enjoying some New York breakfast tea, which is very similar to like an English breakfast tea, but with notes of cinnamon and vanilla in it as well. Makes me feel like I'm having a cinnamon scroll for breakfast. It's glorious. What else I missed there? Great, you're learning about asteroids right now. Oh, because you're doing classwork for your planetary geology class. Planetary geology fascinates me. I mean, the sheer fact that we know so much about rocks on other planets is kind of incredible when you think about it. Fuke, hello, how you doing? Hey, those over on YouTube. Fuke does not want to go to work party later today. Fuke will go. How is whoever's on Twitch with me today? I know how you feel about not going to a work party. We had our Christmas party last week for my workplace, and guess what? I didn't go. I went to the one the year before, and that was enough for me to know it wasn't for me. It's always weird because there's social pressure when it's work related, right? To go to something like that. You don't have to. Or if you do, you don't have to stay for any longer than you want. Always remember, social peer pressure is not a good thing, and you have free will, which is kind of incredible. Des didn't use YouTube on the phone for so long, you forgot about the ads. God, I hate YouTube. Twitch has the ads as well. There's no escaping them. Ads are the worst. Mate8, you're making an application for a table stuck game. Homestuck tabletop RPG. First time trying it, so I hope you get in. You're trying to apply to join a game? Or to make a game? Either way, that's really cool. Marl, sorry about the work party. Pretty good, all things considered. I'm glad you are going well. Work parties are a weird necessity and they can go away. Anyway, for today, we're going to be starting with Anthelion, or Anne the Lion, Ant He Lion. Not sure, I'm going to go with Anthelion. Description is, prepare for the breathtaking challenge of maneuvering in time and space. Push your skills to the limit as you spin, slow, fast, near, and far to get through fast-moving obstacles and traps. Time your speed and trajectory precisely to pick up various power-ups and clear your path, traveling in near impossible speed towards the high score list. Super simple mechanic, but highly changing gameplay, with endless levels that will keep you entertained for hours. Okay. Sounds pretty straightforward. Published by Rovio. Why do I know that name? Are Rovio the people who are behind Angry Birds, or was that different? Similar but different. Neon Genesis Anthelion. Yes, very true. It sounds like, oh, cool. We're just launching on the wrong monitor. How am I going to fix this? Is this, no? Oh, well, that's a fun challenge that I was not anticipating. How am I going to fix this when we don't have any options? I'm trying Windows tab and I can't drag it across to the other monitor. It literally will not let me do it. Hang on, can I move to... I can move it to a new desktop. Show this window on all desktops? No, that's not going to do it. Oh, where did that go? Nope, it's still on the left. Anyone got any tips on how to fix this? Why is it doing that? I've never had... Actually, it's not true. I've had it happen once before, and I can't remember how I fixed it. Okay, yeah, Rovio made Angry Birds. Good, good, good. I'm not insane. How am I going to move this across? It's like it's not even detecting the second monitor. Because something like my music playlist, no, even that I can't drag across. I thought I would be able to, but I cannot. Weird. I thought that would work, but apparently no. It's there, but I can't move it. Can you switch which screen's recorded in OBS? I can, but that means I have to play on an angle, which is going to be a little bit weird. I have dealt with this before. All right. Well, we know it's not a Graeldon stream without some kind of technical difficulty. Wonder... There's a way that I can get it to switch to a windowed move and I can move it across. Heard of that one before. Hey, that did the trick. Thank you, Google. Windows Shift arrow key moves things from one window to the other. The more you know. I have never needed to do that before, and hopefully I won't need to do it again. But yeah, we got it! It's Anthelion. Neo, welcome. How you doing? Also, thank you everyone who tried to give me assistance. I appreciate that. Bray jumping over to Twitch as well. Keep up the stream streak. Shouldn't be a tongue twister, but it is. All right. Let's have a look at Anthelion. So this is what we have: quit start and info, which does not line up with... Cool. We're up to a great start, gang. So it's got controller icons down the bottom right, you know, B for info, A for start. Obviously, I'm using a PlayStation controller, but if I hit circle, which is normally B, it doesn't go in for info. It goes, do you want to quit? And then B does register properly there. So if I press start, nope, that doesn't do it. Okay, pressing back is also quit. Triangle brings up the Steam overlay for some reason. So that's neat. Sweet. Well, we can't use the controller to go into the info, but thankfully we can click it. I knew this might be a little bit rough. I knew this might be a bit rough, but we're here to see if the game plays it any good, if there's any interesting ideas. So, controls, bank with left mouse button, boost with right mouse button. But banking is what you do when you're steering, right? So, okay, interesting. Then we have power-ups. Green ones are points, red ones are death, don't touch them. Fever turns reds to green so that death doesn't kill you. You can clone yourself, bombs, gravity well, which just says buy reds. And this is how you know it's like Game Jam level stuff, because it's not like an official description. It's just gravity well, buy reds. Score bubble, get inside for points. Shield destroys reds on collision. Okay, we'll figure this out, I'm sure. How do I... There we go. Does B work here? Yes, it does. Fantastic. All right. Let's see if this works, shall we? Let me just get my chair into gaming mode by putting both of the armrests down. It's like when you do sports mode on your Crocs. It's gaming mode for my chair. Got to put the things down. Okay. Oh. We did it! Hold up. What? So it's like a gravity well in the center that you're needing to move around. Okay. So it's right or left trigger. Nope, that did nothing. That also did nothing. Oh, okay. It works on the mouse. Whoa. Okay. Whatever reason, the controller is definitely not working correctly. But yeah, it's basically an escape the black hole simulator. I see. So we want to touch the green ones, don't touch the red ones. Bombs blow everything up. Gotcha. That's an interesting idea for an endless runner, actually. I don't think I've seen one literally kind of put this spin on it before. But you could also just sit like real close to the center and just tempt fate the entire time, because, yeah, no, not gonna work that way. What I missed there? Great, your cat bit your hand. Now's a big red spot in your hand. Hopefully your cat is hygienic, let's put it that way. Always keep an eye on those, because unfortunately with bites from cats and things, they are prone to infection. That's not looking better within 24 hours. Definitely seek treatment for that. An anthelion is a light phenomenon where a halo sits on the opposite side of the sky to the sun, the opposite of a parhelion. That is kind of cool. Thank you for that knowledge. Halo on the opposite side of the sky to the sun. So, for example, if like sun's setting on one side, the halo's on the other side. That's going to be a pretty rare effect. I wonder what causes that. All right, let's give this another go. I could see this actually being a very addicting game on mobile if it were done right. You know, different unlockable ships and things like that. Because, yeah, oh, hang on. That one gives us... Oh, God, I had two of us and we both died at the same time. So I'm just twice as bad at this game even when there's two of us. Doesn't make things easier, it made it harder. It's definitely tricky trying to keep track of things. This hurts my head in a good way. I want to get that green thing and see what it does. Oh, turns all the reds greens. Gotcha. Ooh, that one's worth more points. Come back here. Oh, missed him. That was close. Ah, didn't get it. All those bonus points. Okay, if you like score chasing games, this is going to be absolutely your cup of tea. Especially because you'll be able to pick this up for pretty cheap as part of the gaming bundle. Pfft, I am not good at this. I've been discovering recently that reflex-based games are no longer my strong suit. I used to be quite good at them, and now I have to grapple with the reality that I am not as young as I once was. Also, I have a boost if you want to go real. Oh, hang on. How fast can we go? We're invincible. FTL, got nothing on this. We are the light. Woo! Oh, hang on, did that? Oh, so the reds can actually fall into the center. Does spinning faster make them move inwards, or was that just luck? I think that's just luck. That doesn't seem to affect the others. There's some really neat ideas going on here. I think from a gameplay perspective, it is quite light. We're going to move on from this pretty quickly just because there's not that much to see. Whoa. Okay, that came for me. The future is now, old man. I am an old man. Whoa, cut that one fine. Okay. It is, yeah, it's not easy trying to line things up in the right way. Des need to go because the signal while riding a train is not the best. May come back when you're home. Safe travels, Des. Thank you for stopping by. It's always nice to get a life update from you. Know that you're okay, you know? For those who aren't aware, Des was one of the first people to join the Discord server back when we first opened it. He's been with the community since basically day one. Real OG. Oh, time slow. Okay, that makes things easier. So it's always nice just to get an update, because I only had to step away from things for a little while just because, you know, life and uni got busy. But that happens to all of us. But yeah, as I was saying, reflexes, not so good anymore. Fortunately, getting old does take its toll, and I don't play enough sports to keep myself active and keep the skills up in that way. Okay, we're gonna get that green one. There we go. Oh, the visual effects on this are nice. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find more games like this to try and bump up my reflexes and make sure that I'm staying sharp. Because while I'm finding I'm doing quite well at puzzle games these days, everything else, not so much. Come on. Yeah, get in there. Perfect. And then big loop on the outside to get those ones. Blow those up. Now we're getting somewhere. And someone did have quite an impressive high score on this as well. I don't think we're going to be beating that anytime soon. What does the blue one do? I don't remember. Is it like a shield, maybe? It looks like it could be. I can't get it. Come on. Okay, yes, it is a shield. Nice. I need to get that bomb. Oh, couldn't drop in far enough. Those red ones are being problematic. Ah! That gets nice and chaotic. Very cool. Marsnat, hello. It's Blank Arrow under a new account. What prompted you to make a new account? Was it the name? I always find that fascinating. Like, I've always used like one account for pretty much anything. The only exception is when it's like something work related and something personal, then I might have a secondary account. But that's usually about it. Have a look. Oh, Y was for the high scores, which no longer work. Fantastic. Well, that means whoever has this high score is going to be holding on to that forever. 7 million, nearly 8 million points, and the best I can get is just shy of 200,000. I am not going to be getting that one. All right, well, that's Anthelion. That's cute. Fun little game, neat idea. I like the literal spin on the endless runner mechanic by literally putting into a vortex. That's quite cool. Let's move on to a new one. I don't think there's too much more to see there. Or for art reasons. Also, why masked gnat? Was it just two random words that you threw together, or do you have an association with gnats? All right, let's have a look at this one. Blockade. Blockade is a minimalistic puzzle game centered around providing safe passage for pawns through a maze of raised blocks. By placing tools themed around protection, education, and livelihood, you lower the blocks and help create a path for these pawns to cross to the other side. Okay, so this is more of a puzzle game, comes to us from Hardlight. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. Well, we got ourselves a launcher. It means it should go on the correct display. Yeah, there we go. This one's doing it right, but also doesn't know what resolution it needs to be. Hang on a second. No, okay, it's just always defaulting to that resolution for whatever reason. All right, please work. Yes, there we go. Watch out, UK. Prefer moving prawns over pawns. I'll be honest, as an Aussie, I should like prawns. Okay, I have to mention this. Is anyone here familiar with the standard Aussie phrase? You know, if someone's like, oh, you're an Australian. Are you gonna something on the something, mate? Is the standard line that they'll use. Throw another X on the Y? Does that ring a bell for anyone? Yeah, Neo's on it. Throw a shrimp on the Barbie. This is my pet peeve. And maybe you'll know why. We don't call them shrimp. They're prawns. It's not a word we use over here. So it's so frustrating that it somehow became the go-to. Oh, throw another shrimp on the Barbie, mate. No, just throw another prawn on the Barbie. And why are we barbecuing prawns? Like, we've got steak, chicken, burgers. You're telling me a shrimp fried this? Yeah, shrimp fried rice, mate. Who do you think else made it? We got him in the back. He's got a hat on, Ratatouille style. That's okay. The most famous Dutch words people know are Guten Tag, which is German. See, I knew Guten Tag was German. That I did know. I wouldn't know what a famous Dutch word is. Please give me an example so that the next time I'm speaking to a Dutch person, I can make them feel terrible about stereotypes. Aren't prawns a specific type of shrimp? I don't believe so, no. I'm pretty sure they are one and the same. Some people may say there's a size difference, like it's shrimp and then prawns or something like that. Technically, apartheid is a famous Dutch word. Neo, pick your audience. Oh my goodness. So topical. Sega oh yes, this is Hardlight who made this one. Sega Hardlight has made various mobile Sega games such as Sonic Dash and Sonic Dream Team. Oh yes, and Torchbrenner. Thank you. My understanding is Edam is a cheese, but the second one you mentioned is actually pronounced with a H, I believe, and it's meant to be like a Houda? Huda. I think it's meant to be Huda, right? They're cities, so I guess it counts. I'm sure Neo will be able to tell me if I'm right with my pronunciation or not. I remember it's not a G sound. I remember it's a H. More like Howda. Okay, it's Howda. I knew it was one of the two. I'm like, it's gonna be a coin flip. I just have to commit to one of them. Howda, not Huda. Howda. As in, how'd your day been, mate? Bravest. It feels like a thing that probably Australians did as a joke about stereotypes, and we all fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, there's quite a few stereotypes out there. My favorite ones, like, I say I hate it. I love the shrimp on a Barbie thing because it's just become so commonplace that everyone knows it. The other one would be, it's not really a stereotype. It's just a lovely piece of information that's been doing the rounds, which is Australians losing a war to the emus, which is true. Go and look it up. It's hilarious. And then the other one is warning tourists about drop bears in New Zealand. Yeah, Neo knows what I'm talking about. Drop bears are a big one. It's spoilers for everyone on stream. Drop bears, not real, don't exist. But Aussies, we love to like have a little joke, a jest, a jape. We like to poke a little fun at people. So we tell tourists about drop bears, which are basically like koalas, but they eat meat. and they prey on unsuspecting tourists who go past. And there's various things that will tell them to do to avoid being preyed upon by drop bears when they're out in the bush, going for a hike and getting out into nature. And the most common one is that you need to take Vegemite and smear it through your hair. That the smell is something that drop bears absolutely distaste. They absolutely hate it. It's disgusting to them. And it will deter them from falling onto your head and just outright killing you through the sheer weight of their bodies falling from 20 meters above you. Drop bears are hilarious, like as a concept. I love it. Love it so much. But we've got so many other weird and wonderful things that live out in the not that live, but folklore, I guess is probably the way to do it. Look up things like yowies. Those are some weird stuff out there. Gray, Vegemite versus Marmite. They are similar but different products. Vegemite is stronger. Definitely stronger. Bravest Phantom. There's an Aussie YouTuber I watch that talks about Australian animals, and for April Fools, he did a drop bear video. Perfect. That's what I love to hear. We just perpetuate the myth. Neo, oh yeah, I guess we haven't a serious problem is now a Dutch phrase people know. Where did that originate from? Mao just jumps in. Wait, Yowie? No, not that Yowie. Y-O-W-I-E. There's lots of things like that with creatures that live out in the billabongs in the bush and stuff like that. There's some odd stuff out there. Torchman, I'm sure I've searched Australian Yowies at some point, but it might not be the thing you're talking about. I did not even realize when I said that I was about to walk face first into something that I really shouldn't. That's incredible. What did I miss there? Someone mentioned... Oh, Mediate, man, I'm really disappointed now wanting me to drop bear. Trust me, if they were a real thing, you wouldn't want to have seen them. There was a great clip. Oh, actually, I'll circle back around to that. Mamu, you said, what are supposed to be drop bears? Never heard of it. Drop bears are a myth. They're a legend, Australian meme, essentially, that you take a koala and make it extremely aggressive and hostile. The myth is that if you're out in the bush and you're walking, you could be attacked by a drop bear, and there is little to no warning because the way that they prey on things is that they literally fall out of the trees and use their mass, their body weight, to incapacitate their prey through sheer force. Not real, does not exist, but we like to tell people that they do because it's funny. My favorite one, though, you can look it up. There's a video of it on YouTube where I think it was an American, or I'm just going to say a non-Australian news reporter went to an Australian zoo to do a report on drop bears. And they kitted her up with, like, basically the kind of gear that you would wear if you were going to a cage with a bear. Like, full body armor, padded vests and arms and things like that. And they're like, yeah, we've got a drop bear in the enclosure here. We'll have the handlers and the zookeepers on hand in case something goes wrong. And we'll be able to film you getting up really close to them for the news piece that you're doing. And they like got this feral drop bear, which is in reality just a koala, and they're like, all right, be careful, he looks calm now, it's because he's sedated, but it's going to wear off in a minute. He might go for your throat, that's why we've given you this like big padding. If that happens, just grab him by the scruff of the neck and hold him away and you'll be fine. We'll come in and we'll intervene. And this poor reporter, this lady, is like white as a sheet. This koala just latches onto her arm, and you can tell she's like shaking, but like, so I'm here in Australia with a drop bear, and just what? Aussies, we like to troll just a little bit harmless trolling. I don't know of any other country that does anything like that. Outside of maybe in Africa you'd see something like that. But yeah, it's just such an Aussie thing. It's great. Mamu, yeah, definitely would be terrifying if real. Thankfully, not real. Very, very thankful that that's not real. There was something else that someone mentioned that I was going to come back to, but I missed it. If you recall, wasn't the Dutch word for rocket launcher a meme for a bit? Ah, there were some memes for a while. I don't think it was Dutch. I think it was German words for like military vehicles and weapons and things, like tanks and flamethrowers, because they were very literal translations. Can't remember one off the top of my head. I've got like flamin something in my head, but yeah, I think that those were memes for a little while. Torchbrenner, I mean, any koala can be a drop bear if its grip is loose enough. That is true, and honestly, that's probably how the myth started, is that there was a koala that fell asleep, lost its grip, or just wasn't in a stable position, and someone saw it fall out of a tree, and it just went from there. Like, we're that literal when it comes to how we name things. I lived in an area where the local beach was called Sandy Beach. And around the corner from that was Ocean Beach. We are very, very literal when we name things. Most other countries' wildlife isn't super famous for trying to turn all your is into was. Bravest Phantom, that is a brilliant description. And I'm annoyed people didn't give you praise for that, because that's fantastic. Turn all your is into was. Turn all your present into past. Flamethrower in German is Flammenwerfer, which is literally the same meaning, yeah. There's also stuff like the German word for morning after pilling. Yes, anti-baby-pillen. French wildlife is tame for the most part. Even our myths include weird but inoffensive animals, like the dahu is not that intimidating. What is the dahu? I've never heard of it before. All right, in the meantime, we've got blockade. Let's see what this is, because I love the play on words of blockade and blockade. Clever. There was no tutorial. I do not know what is happening here. We have 25 moves remaining and a button that just says next. Well, that wasn't the answer. I also have some Tetris-like pieces. I'm assuming I'm making a path? Okay. Neat. Well, this is cute. I'm enjoying the visuals. It's very low poly and whatnot, but it looks good. It looks clean. Imagine I fill out an entire row and it just goes, you got a Tetris. Can I rotate them? No. I cannot rotate. Well, that's going to be a problem, because now I can't, oh, I can put it down. Also, I'm gaining protection, whatever that means. There was no tutorial, unless, hang on, if I go pause up the top here. How to play, there we go. It would have been nice if we saw this from the start. Place shapes to clear paths, okay. Yellow tiles build score. Landing on yellow tiles consecutively significantly increases the total reward value. Health will be lost if the next tile cannot be reached. Game will end if you run out of turns. Okay, so blue gives... So you have to be thinking about what color tiles to use. Hold up. So yellow is points, red is health, blue is turns. So you kind of want to get a balance between them. But I can't rotate them. So what can I do here? Will it just count only specific colors? And he's going to move one space every turn anyway. Okay, well, I can do that. Oh, wait, did that just turn that one off? Oh, it's one of those, like, flip switch puzzle things. If it's already down and you put another one on top of it, it turns back into a barrier. I see. So if I were to try and put this down, it actually would undo it. Aha. All right, well, that's fine, because we've got a pass. So I think I can just hit this and they'll go all the way through. Oh, yeah, it just goes next turn. All right, cool. Well, we can... Oh, okay, and now we have a second one, so I actually need to think about this. Right, I see. I'm going to bump the music up a little bit because you guys probably can't hear it. It's very soft. Bump that to there. It's a nice kind of ambient music. I'm not going to complain about. I like a little bit of ambient. That to there. That's better. Yes, chai tea is tea tea. It is. You're 100% right, Gray. Hang on, let me go back up. Bravest Phantom. Oh, I missed some things. Hang on, going back. French wildlife. You ever talked about that? Wait, that's actually the name for that. That's amazing. Bravest Phantom. Everyone is. There's a ton of River Avon in England because Avon was the Saxon, I think, word for river. Yes, so they've got that in New Zealand as well in Christchurch. There's the River Avon, which, yes, is the river, which is fantastic. I love that. You won't believe how many rivers around the world are just named river in the original tongue, or areas just called something like the land that is here. I'm pretty sure Australia, the origin of the word is Australis, or something like that, which it literally means like southern land or something. So we just named our entire country off being Southland. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like Australis. Opossums scare you, not gonna lie. Oh, Google Australian possums. We might have some of the scariest wildlife in the world, but we have the cutest possums in the world. Look them up. Because you go to America, your possums are terrifying. What even are those? But look up Australian possums. They are cute. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it for you. That's how generous I am today. We have the cutest possums. Look at these guys. Look at him. Hang on. I mean, is it? Look at him. He's adorable. We have the cutest possums. These little things. This is the Western pygmy possum. It's so freaking cute. They hang out, they're nocturnal. They're adorable. Yes, we've got quokkas as well, which are the happiest animals on the planet. Look at these guys. They just look like they're smiling. They're so happy to be here. Quokkas are adorable, and they live on only one island in West Australia, nowhere else. They live on a place called Rottnest Island, which literally was Rat Nest Island, was the original naming for it. Hey, Warchild Gaming! Welcome! Hello! Happy first Jingle Jam. Thank you so much for supporting Warchild. It is my pleasure to be here. Thank you for stopping by to check it out. We are playing games from the Warchild gaming collection on Steam, but have been temporarily distracted by cute animals. Yeah, quokkas are absolutely adorable. If you've never heard of them before, they are worth seeing. And the other one, which is adorable, we have one called the Sugar Glider, which is a little flying squirrel. Look at it. Another nocturnal creature. They're quite small, about the size of a mouse. And they are just cute. But look at their little hands. They're kind of like little webbed claws and feet and things. And they make little nests like these guys. So freaking cute. You will never like stumble upon one of these going out on a bushwalk because they're so timid and whatnot. But if you go to a zoo, you will definitely find them. They are adorable. Gray, who makes the cute poop again? That would be the wombat. Oh, look at these chunky fellas. You talk about things being absolute units. Wombats can be absolute units. And these are modern day wombats. I actually just saw this down the bottom. That's what they used to look like. You know, evolution's an amazing thing. But yeah, wombats are the ones that produce square poop. We've got some truly astonishing wildlife in Australia. Like, we have some of the deadliest spiders and snakes and octopus and jellyfish in the world. And then we've got wombats. So freaking cute. You just want to hug them. I don't blame you. I probably wouldn't recommend it because they carry all kinds of weird and wonderful diseases. Not advisable. It's in the same way that if you do stumble across a koala in the wild, don't touch them. Many koalas carry chlamydia, which is that is not a made up fact. Drop bears, not real. Koalas with chlamydia, that is real. Australia is a weird place. Warchild, your new favorite animal is the Japanese snow fairy bird. I've not heard of them. Snow fairy bird. Let's have a look. Oh my gosh, it's adorable. Look at this little guy. Caught mid-flight. Is one of the deadliest predatory birds ever designed by, well, the devil, I assume. Yeah, that thing looks absolutely terrifying. I would not want to be caught by one of those in the wild. You know, if there was a bird that had the definition could be a Christmas ornament, this is it. It's so round and friend-shaped. I agree. Gray talking about possums. Would they eat my guinea fowl? Certainly make them even better than opossums. Guinea fowl are weird creatures. I don't understand their popularity. They're odd. Odd little things. Yeah, who else has got some weirdly cute animals in their area that no one knows about? I'm going to take this off for a second because I have to Google something that could be slightly risky, but I'm going to bring it back in a sec because we have some of the cutest birds in Australia. You'll see why I had to take this off for a second. We've got a bird called the Willy Wagtail, which, yeah, he's not bad. He's got a nice little display on the back. He does his thing. He's a small bird, pretty standard. But then my favorite one, because they're all over the place back home, but again, quite shy. So you don't see them everywhere, but they're a beautiful bird, is the blue wren. No, don't do that. Look at this guy. So bright. They're just a pop of color, and you can see them like from a mile away if you do spot them. They are so freaking cute. George Manor, the snowbird, the rice bowl with wings. Yes, absolutely agree. The Big Answers, we ever play the Unlife of Gorlock? It is a good game. At some point, presumably. Someone might suggest that to play on stream at some point, but probably not today. Google Blind Olm. That sounds like another one that I need to just take off screen for a second to double check. Blind Olm. It's a snake? No. Oh, cave dragon salamander. Oh, it looks like an axolotl. Or similar to one anyway, but no, it's a snake with little legs at the front. Or salamander, technically. How bizarre. I'm assuming, like, distantly related to axolotls? As a relative of the axolotl, yeah. Oh, it's the elder god, yeah. I was saying, it looks like something out of Dark Souls, right? This is an elder dragon living at the bottom of a basin. Yeah, definitely Dark Souls boss inspiration. Baby guineas are super cute. Yes, baby guineas are cute, and then they evolve. Adult ones, not so much. Matey8, you love reptiles, getting a leopard gecko next year. Okay, let's have a look at that. Leopard gecko. We're just Googling everyone's future pets now. Oh, yeah, I've seen these guys. Oh my gosh, actually, if you've seen these, don't get one of these as a pet. But this one is like iconic Australian wildlife. Real neck lizard. If there is anything on our planet that is, or could be, a literal dinosaur, this is it. This is 100% it. Well, maybe a Komodo dragon. But come on. These guys look like they're straight out of Jurassic Park. Absolutely nuts little things. And these things run fast. Stupidly fast. because they tend to get up onto just their back legs and then they wobble as they run. So imagine this thing with the big frill neck on its back legs doing a little wobble run towards you. Oh, they're so funny. I love them to bits. We've got some cool stuff out here. They run on water. I don't know if they do run on water, but I don't know a huge amount about them. They absolutely could. Oop, looks like my chat has buggered for a second. I can see it on the stream preview, but I'm missing a couple of messages on there. Adore hognose snakes. Their snoots are so cute. Yes, have seen them. I don't remember which one, but some scientists discovered a lizard a while back and named it after Smaug from The Hobbit. That does sound like something scientists would do, because guess what? Scientists are nerds. So of course they're going to. Lavender hognose snakes. So cute. See, now I feel bad. We're all talking about animals, and I have to be like, I'm sorry, guys. We're going to go back to the game. The whole point here was that we're here to play games. We have to play games. Like, no, but cute animals. We all just want to look at cute animals. All right, let's look at, like, a couple more. Although, I will say, one of my favorite ones are red pandas. Red pandas are pretty cute. I don't know that much about them, but they look freaking adorable, and if I could have one as a pet, I would. Hot Wheels Sisyphus is a spider. What? Okay. What? Hot Wheels Sisyphus. Really? No, it's not. You're talking about the golden wheel spider, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, hay fever is kicking my butt at the moment. Yeah, I think you're talking about these guys. I remember seeing them in a couple of documentaries, because the whole point behind them is to escape from prey. They basically cartwheel down hills to escape from predators. It's absolutely incredible. Oh, yeah. In Australia, we do have a spider called Daddy Longlegs, which, honestly, don't know how it got called that, but it's a thing. They're pretty harmless. Sorry to people that don't like spiders. I'm one of them, but thankfully it's just pictures, not anything else. But yeah, the daddy long leg spider. Small body, absolutely huge legs. Look at the little spindly legs on these guys. They're pretty harmless. They can't really bite you. They just make a lot of webs and kind of get in the way. They're just annoying to have around, but they're good at getting rid of bugs. Why are spiders always calling them, scientists calling spiders daddy? It is a weird question, isn't it? It is a weird question. Jazzy Katie, favorite underrated animal is sand cats. All right, let's have a look at that real quick. What? I've not heard of sand cats before. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. Hello. You're adorable. Oh, they're under threat. No, can't be having. Oh, guy. This feels very Nick coded for those that are in the Discord. This one, then, though, is just done with everything. Bravest Phantom, I'm very arachnophobic. Fortunately, only triggers if there's motion. If I see one, or if it's the daddy long legs, because even I acknowledge their friend, not foe. Yeah. I would say if you're arachnophobic, do not play Grounded. Do not play Grounded, or at least if you do, turn arachnophobe mode on. Thank goodness they have that in there. What else did I miss? Have we talk about animals and play games? No. Only one. Only one. Octobob said flamboyant cuttlefish. All right. Have a look. I know what cuttlefish are. I've never heard of the flamboyant cuttlefish. Ooh, okay, yeah, I see it. Very colorful. Usually bright colors like that mean stay away, I'm deadly. Huh. Little cephalopod. Beautiful colors. Forgive me if I don't want one as a pet, but beautiful colors. Skylark. Sandcat's not as cute as fennec foxes. Funnily enough, that was the next one that I was going to look at. Fennec foxes are adorable. Just look at those massive ears. This guy. Oh, it's a windy day. Oh, I am struggling. Sahara's smallest predator. Smallest and cutest. Look at those big ears. He'll hear you coming from the next city over. He'll know that you're opening the bag of treats before you've even thought about reaching for it. With those kind of ears, he's literally listening to your thoughts. A bravest, your friends are trying to get you to play Grounded. Grounded's a great game. I haven't finished it yet. I'm like into the final couple of sections for it, at least as far as I can tell. I've been playing it through with my wife, and she cannot stand spiders. With arachnophobia mode turned all the way up, she's been able to manage. So it's doable. Oh, one other one that I'm going to bring up. Another cute animal that you can get as a pet, but probably shouldn't. The chinchilla. What a name for an animal. The chinchilla. They chill on your chill. Chill on your chill, chill on your chin. One of those. Bravest. Fennec foxes are adorable. Them and red pandas are your favorite little fellas. They are. They're the little animals that you look at and go, why don't we keep these as pets? They are so freaking cute. These guys are so freaking fluffy. I love it. Octobob, they walk around on the seafloor and are very venomous. Thought they might be. Interestingly, they can learn within their eggs by watching their environment, developing preferences on food based on what they see and stuff. That is very unusual. I don't know of any other animals off the top of my head that actively learn about their environment while not technically being born yet. That's crazy. And yeah, I figured you were talking about the flamboyant cuttlefish and not the chinchilla. Sarah Centauri or Kero Centauri, welcome. Wasn't expecting to see fennec foxes or chinchillas, but you'll take it absolutely and should. Yeah, they're so small, so fuzzy, perfect pet. If you have been having a bad day and need to do something to make yourself feel a bit better, go and YouTube videos of chinchilla dust baths. It's the term I know for it is eye bleach. It'll make you feel much, much better about your day. Everyone needs small, fuzzy things. But yeah, you have to wonder, like, with so many of these small, cute animals out there, why have we not tried to, you know, domesticize more of them to turn them into pets? Some of them you kind of can, but probably shouldn't. But you know, these little guys, adorable. Fennec fox as a pet? Yes, please. In reality, probably not great. I think most people were pretty happy with just cats and dogs, but then there's the other like 5% of the world that are like, no, I want something more interesting. All right, cool. One second. All right, sorry. My nose is incredibly itchy today, and I have absolutely no clue why. It just is. It's like every time I stream, because my brain and mouth are occupied doing something actively, and the rest of my body is just like, hey, what if you had a random itch somewhere? Wouldn't that be fun? All right. So, we were busy playing this game, whose name I have now forgotten because we got distracted for so long. Blockade, that's what we were doing. I can see what this is kind of doing as far as a puzzle game goes, although I'm still surprised that I don't have the ability to like rotate things. I kind of want to play this just for a little bit and see where it's going. Like, what is this game going to do? How does it work from a point scoring perspective? How does the game end? Does this pick up any truly unique ideas when it comes to puzzle mechanics? All right, cool. That guy can now get all the way out. Interesting. Because I like that it's like, oh, well, there's specific paths that you need to lead these guys on, but everyone will have a slightly different path that they want to follow. Okay, so I could do that to give him another 2 there. Actually, I should have maybe kept that to go there. The concept of them reacting to you placing things over the top of things and having to kind of work around that is kind of interesting. All right, so I can do that and his path is now complete. Cool, nice. I think we'll do... Oh, now he comes from the other side. Okay, that mixes things up a little bit. It also messes up my plan because I have to put something down, but all of them are 3 across, so it's going to ruin that. No choice. Okay. I was curious to see, like, how well are they going to mix these things together, right? And we'll probably just play 1 round of this and then move on to something else. We're a dumb species, actually. We kind of are. Gray, I hear people are trying to domesticate raccoons. Do you call them raccoons? Raccoons. Either or, same thing. We know what we're talking about. Apparently, we're almost at a breakthrough on that. I mean, if we manage to domesticate them, that would be a huge step forward. Oh. Okay, the game just tried to crash there for a second, I think. We're good. All right, little guys, you keep moving. Ooh. Okay, the music just randomly picked up a little bit. I'll take it. Oh, how is this going to work? We're going to get to a crossroads where neither of them can move. This is going to be interesting. Oh, and I'm running out of actual moves. I need to get one of them onto a blue tile like ASAP, and I've got nowhere to put it down. Huh. Well, I backed myself into a corner now, didn't I? How do I fix this? Because I can do that, but that just undoes it anyway. I kind of have to undo it to redo it. I think I have to make him bump into a wall and then put a blue one down on top of it. Like, I have to purposely take a hit. I can do that. That saves me from instant death. Okay. You guys have not made this easy for me now. This feels like mini Metros, but in the worst way possible. Okay, that got me a couple of moves back. You need to have a path to start. This is a mess. Okay, I can put this down and that'll fix up a whole lot of that, but now I can't save both of them, so I'm just gonna lose, I think. I shouldn't have done that. Mistakes were made. Okay, what happens? Is that game over? It is. Okay, cool. Well, we did it. Score of 200. We are top of the leaderboard. We did it. Oh, wow. Hang on. I am so far behind on chat. What did I do? It finally caught up, but I missed it all. What was it? Red pandas will rip you apart if they want. They absolutely will if they want to. Harder to take care of than ferrets, though. Granted, seems like fun. I tend not to turn on arachnophobia games mode in games because a lot of times I run into that. A lot of times I run into that have them that don't implement in the way that I enjoy because I like seeing everything. Even things I don't like looking at. Trust me, the arachnophobia mode makes a huge difference. It just turns spiders into little orbs. It does ruin the immersion a bit, but if you don't like spiders that are 5 times your size, it's not going to make things any better. It's really not. Yeah, Sonicus, absolutely. If we get some donations come through, we'll go back to looking at cute animals. I should have put that in as a donation reward for sure. Also, I didn't see the notification, but thank you, Jazzy Caddy, for the donation. I somehow missed that when it came through. I apologize. It's meant to play a sound effect, and obviously I missed it. But thank you very much for kickstarting the donations. That's very kind of you. And you redeemed Pet the Cat. Okay, cool. How did I miss that? I absolutely did not see it on there. I'm so sorry, Jazzy Caddy. We need to pet the cat, and then I'll be right back. I have to get some treats for her. Can tell she heard it. Treats are here. Hi. She will always wake up for a treat. I was too focused on the gaming. I'm so sorry, Jazzy. I did miss that one. Let me just double check that it is set up correctly, because we're actually going to pause this game here anyway, because I think we've seen everything it has to offer. Neat idea for a puzzle game. Like that it's about forward thinking and pathing. To turn that into its own game is quite clever. Let me just check what's happening with the overlay, because it was meant to play a sound effect when a thing was done, and it has decided not to do that. That is a problem. So we will just check that real quick. Alert box is there. It is meant to make a noise. Let's just bump the volume up for it so we can hear it better. We'll try that. Otherwise, I might just need someone to nudge me if one's made and I miss it. We'll see how we go. But yeah, she will do anything. Oh, she's run up. Oh. I'm sure she'll be back. I'm sure she'll be back. Yeah. Honestly, these treats here, they love them. As soon as they hear the packet being opened, they will come running. Oh my gosh, what did I miss here? We are a dumb species. 100% agree. The game's name was Quokka or something. Oh, you're right. We should go look at more Quokkas. Bravest Phantom, that was my luck playing Dispatch on stream. Every time I sat back down and was ready to continue, I had an itch on my leg or I'd blow my nose. I don't know why human bodies are like that. We just... random itches all over the place. Strack, welcome, how you doing? How goes the stream? We've been distracted multiple times. So the stream's going really well. Can't complain. That is basically what we were expecting. Let's pop that back down. All right, game 3 is called Captain Curve's Intergalactic Space Adventure. Captain Curve's Intergalactic Space Adventure is a fast-paced, endless runner. Sorry. This is the menu music. What? Yes, great menu music. Created as part of the Help the Game Jam for the War Child charity by Curve Digital. Infinite runner style game. Avoid obstacles that cause you to burn more fuel. Collect magic stars for imagination fuel. And experience 5 different minigames. Wow. That's wild music. That is just in the menu of this thing. Okay. Yes, cool. At least we can tell it to display on the correct monitor. Let's have a look at this one. Captain Kirv's Intergalactic Magical Imagination Adventure. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I got the name wrong. It's Captain Kirv's Intergalactic Space Adventure 2, Rising Tides and Burning Skies of Infinity, Turbo Edition DX Alpha++. Okay, we're up to something special here. Bravest, I'm gonna eat and then dip. Need to finish Dispatch soon so I can replay it. No worries. A lot of people have been recommending Dispatch. I need to get into it at some point. Alright, how to play. Control your ship with the arrow keys. Hitting obstacles is game over. Okay, the imagination fuel bar is empty. The dream will end. Collect magic stars to start minigame and earn more imagination fuel. Got it. Alright, arrow keys. That should be all we need. Oh, okay. This is kind of cute. I'm sure I've heard this piece of music somewhere before. Hang on. I'm meant to be collecting imagination stars, right? Ah, there. Catch. Was this handwritten in, like, paint? Because that's not a font. That is just handwritten text. When baskets begin to move, press space or mouse 1 to drop the egg into the basket. Catch all 3 to pass. What? Drop the egg into the basket. Okay. Oh, wow, that moves fast. That's the thing, like, on the first try, how are you supposed to know how quickly they're going to fall? Oh, I got the womp, womp, womp sound effect. Whoa. I feel like, this one's taking shots at me. It's essentially superhero-themed This Is the Police, made by the same team behind The Wolf Among Us. Oh, I heard such good things about those games. I really, like, unfortunately, the backlist of games that I need to play is bigger than the games that I have played. Are you deaf or can you not hear the game music? It was paused at the moment, but it is there when gameplay is happening. Oh my gosh, how did I miss? There was a second one. Fuke Enterprises also redeemed Pat the Cat. Well, we're gonna have to do that as well. Yeah, the notifications are not working, so people will need to let me know. Yes, sorry, I did have the sound bumped down a little bit. I'll pop it back up. There we go. Okay. I missed the tutorial. I don't know what I'm doing, but we are trying to beat 100 meters. Oh, I have to... Okay, we're spamming spacebar. Let's go. Oh. And I hit a foul. Never mind. I was supposed to do something else. All right. While we're paused here for a second. Hello. You want a treat? Yeah. No, you only have one brain. Help it. Cocktail. I know what it is, but sometimes they just can't find where the treat is. My hand. I'll leave it there. There we go. Now she's hell. Hell is so fluffy, girl. Ah, she's had her treat. Everything is right with the world. Let me double check when we get into here again to make sure the audio is working. I completely missed the instructions again, but this seems to be fine. Oh. I don't know if there's something I'm supposed to be collecting or if this is just a dodge until the end. I missed the instructions. I think we did it. But you should definitely be able to... Oh, cool. And then we immediately... Okay. Yeah, you should definitely be able to hear that music now. Bravest Phantom, to be fair, your backlog is just going to keep growing thanks to Steam Sequence. It absolutely is. There's going to be no end in sight for it. Oh. All right, sorry. I'm going to step away just for a sec and take an antihistamine tablet. I'll be back in just a minute. So I found out why Panda hasn't come back into the room yet to be on her nice soft cushion. It's because there is a piece of cardboard on the ground in the living room. So guess what? Of course she's on the piece of cardboard. Okay, bye, Stella. Come on. Hello, hello. Hey? Here. Yeah? Not sure. She's a little timid at the moment because she just got back from the groomers yesterday, I think it was. Day before. Because her coat gets very thick. We actually have to get it thinned out. But yeah, typical cat. Buy them the comfiest beds and they'll lay down on whatever. And now the two of them are just having a stare off. Go figure. All right, we'll get them back in a sec. Gray, have a piece of cardboard on an armchair in your room for Salem. Yeah, that's all you need. Why buy good quality things? They love the trash. You buy them a toy, and if it comes in a box, you know what's going to happen? They're just going to play with the box. That's all they need. Hey, we've got a sound effect. That one actually worked. I heard it that time. Mamamoo has donated £10. Thank you very much, Mamamoo, and redeemed the tier list. Okay, so tier list is going to be an interesting one. It should have asked you a question. Can't see the answer come through there, so I'm guessing it's going to be on the back end is where I'll be able to see it. Where hopefully it asked you what one you wanted. And it... Yes, okay, custom question response was purity. Huh. I'm assuming this is a pun, a purity? Is that what you're going for? Purity. Where would I rank purity on a list? And also, I need to find an image for it. Let me know if I've found the wrong thing, but I'm guessing that's what you're going for. Because it spelt it P-U-E-R-T. And this is why I wanted to do this, because I wasn't sure if you would go for actual blends of tea or just tea-based puns. And I was very much open to both. It's the real tea, but sounds funny as well. Oh no. What is pure? I'm not familiar with this one. I'm going to look like a tea idiot. No. What is pure tea? Ah, right. Yeah, yes, but P-U-E-R-H. Okay. I'm going to have to just quickly read up on some tasting notes on this because I'm not 100% familiar. Oh, it's a fermented tea. Okay, so this website, which I'm using because I'm Australian, I order most of my tea through a company called T2. Hashtag not a sponsor, hashtag not an ad, because it's just one of the most accessible ones. They do a wide range of interesting flavors and things. Their description is an after-dinner elixir. This ancient tonic... Oh gosh, was that another... Matey 8! Yes, the cat needs more love. Absolutely. All right, we will do that in just a moment. Cat cam priority and treat time. Okay, we will do this and then we'll flip it around because we've got to do both. Okay. Thank you very much for the donation. That is very, very kind and generous. Okay, first things first, let's bring this over so you can see what I'm looking at. Pop that up there. This is what we're rating. Pure tea, which I think is great. Have I ever had hojicha? Yes, I have. Hojicha is delicious. Love it. So yes, after dinner elixir, this ancient tonic is thought to be the ultimate tea for digestion. One of the most revered in China, pure tea is deep, mature brew with an earthy sweet taste. A rich, smooth, and earthy fermented black tea. Sealed, yeah, I don't care about how it's sealed. Fruits, spices. Okay. Doesn't tell me a huge amount about it. It's rich, it's earthy. Looks good quality. It's fermented, digestive tea tonic revered in China. Where would I put this? Actually, I need to get a picture for it. So let's just go ahead and boop. That'll be my picture. I'm gonna have to save somewhere so I can upload it to Thingamy. No, I don't need to edit it in Paint. Go away. To pop that one on. There's our first one, pure tea. Where would I put this? I mean, we're blank at the moment. I can always move things around later. This sounds like it would be a delicious tea. It's caught my interest. I would definitely buy it in the future. I've not had it before, mostly because I stick to what I know. But this has caught my interest, especially if it's meant to be like a good digestion aid. It sounds like a good one for the evening, probably not too high in caffeine. I think that's a firm A. That sounds like a delicious tea. It's got a bit of history and origin behind it, a bit of complexity with the flavor thanks to it being a fermented tea. I think that's going to be a solid A tier, potentially an S tier, but the only reason I'm not putting it in S tier is because I've not personally had it before. I'm just going off the description. It's really good, actually. I was surprised. Revered in China, that's a good tea. I know, that's the thing that's making me go, should this be an S tier? Should this actually go a little higher up? Like, this is a pretty strong tea to start with. Pun intended. I think this is a pretty good spot for it to go. I'm not going to break this into, like, A+ and A- or anything like that, but I think A is a pretty good starting point for it. We'll start there. And then we'll look at more teas in the future if we need to. But we might end up having just pure tea on the list and nothing else. All right, Mediate has redeemed Cat Camp. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Thankfully, I set this up beforehand. So we've got the game here, and then we're just going to switch it around. And now I just need to find some cats. So that's what we're going to do. There we go. Fun. Let's see if we can find Stella as well. Doing that a little bit. That's my finger. Don't bite my finger. There you go. They're good cats. They're not the brightest cats, but they're good cats. All right, so we are going to keep that up for 10 minutes. Let me just bump that up so that we've got the timer on. I had reset that, but that's fine. We'll use the 30-minute timer and just stop it after 10. Perfect. Oh, heck, maybe we'll leave it up for a little bit longer because this is a silly little game. Egg fish. When the egg is dropped, press space. Okay, we're doing this one again. Okay. No, this is different. That counts as catching it. Go. Oh, God. Okay, when we're going again, and now we're a submarine instead of a car. I thought doing these was meant to refill, like, my fuel meter, but it doesn't seem to be doing it. Okay. Again, this feels like it would be out, right out. Okay, that did fill up the meter. It feels like it'd be right at home as a mobile game. Steer the submarine out of the way of the incoming fish. I mean, that's what I'm already doing. And now we're doing, oh God, it's submarine inception. Why? Oh, okay, except this isn't set to lanes. This is just tilted up and down. There is something very charming about the hand-drawn aesthetic to this. And then we just do a flip. Nope. Okay. I think this is one of those games that is very cute and definitely more geared towards kids. And does not have enough variety in the minigames. Oh no. Oh, space! But we've got new music, so that's cute. Type the word that appears on screen before the timer runs out. Okay, what's the word? Eat. Amazing. We're good at this game, guys. I can see what it's doing, but I feel like the minigames might be a mistake. Also, I just lost a huge amount of fuel there. Okay. Give me that egg with a fish in it for reasons. Okay. Gotta be so quick on that first one. Nailed it. We got all three. Hey. We're gonna go until we die, and then we'll call it there. Also, I love that the car that we're driving looks like something a small child would draw, where it's got a door that looks like it belongs on a house. Oh no. Also just realized that the screen is a little too far down, but that's fine. Oh God. Okay. Cool, I can pause, and the pause menu is tiny. Now, can I adjust this? I need to set that back up a little bit and resize this. There we go. Keep that nice and small. Perfect. Why is the cat cam big? Because the cat cam was purchased. We have to do big cat cam. That's how we do it. Mamu, you're right. We do have WarioWare at home. This is WarioWare aimed at even younger kids. And more randomness. And fewer mechanics. I don't mind it. It's not particularly complex. Okay. This is the one we're trying to do before. Pizza toss. Build up speed by rapidly tapping space and throw the pizza with enter before you hit the brick in the road. Okay. So we're going to go fast and then hit enter at some point. There's going to be a brick and we... I was too slow. So I get sad horns. What happened just there? Did I think I lost. Yeah, because I've got a high score now. I must have run out of fuel. And it just starts all over again. There's no... Wow. Okay. Thank you to all of these people. That was indeed a game. I'm not going to critique it too much because it's for charity. Holy cow. Okay. Moving on. Let's have a look at the next one. Yeah, there's no lose screen. It just instantly started all over again. Straight into it. Sonic Histon! In with the £10. Thank you very, very much. That was redeemed for... Oh, yes. The tier list for Tasty. I saw that time. Okay, we're doing a pun for this one. So, have to think about this. Let me just pop this music down a little so I can hear myself think. I'll put it up for you guys. About there should be good. So, Tasty. The question is, what image represents Tasty? Bravest Phantom, thank you very much for being here. Have a great rest of your day. Hopefully I'll see you in one of the next streams, because there's more tomorrow and next weekend as well. Yeah, maximum gameplay, minimum downtime. You're not even allowed to stop when you finish. Alright, so Solykissin, because you donated it for Tasty, do you want me to pick an image that represents Tasty? Or do you have something in mind that you would like to use as the image?
Using computers to create weird, random patterns.
All of the weird random patterns. Good job, Panda. She's doing a very good job of being in the spotlight. You would imagine like a tongue. Okay, not the direction I was going in then. I'm glad I checked with you. Because I was going to go for more of like, I don't know, a tasty food, a tasty treat, something like that. So, but we can do a tongue. We can do a tongue. If tasty was, I don't think it is. Amra, why is the cat cam? We spoke about this. The cat cam's so big because someone made a donation for the cat cam priority. So we've swapped the gameplay and the cat cam. That was on purpose. And we'll have it up there for a little bit longer and then we'll swap it back. Okay, let's have a look. I'll check first and see if Tasty does turn up any pictures. That is a... I mean, it's a brand called Tasty, but I don't really want to be putting a brand on there. I like the idea of a tongue more. I feel like that's funnier. What if we look for this? Hang on. I know you guys aren't seeing anything right now, but we'll maybe bring something over. Okay, this might be the way to go. Hang on. I've got something. Solykis, and you have to tell me if this works or not, if this is what you had in mind. How does this look for Tasty? Yeah, apparently there is a brand called Tasty. Never heard of it before. But yeah, how does this look? Someone burning their tongue on a nice hot cup of tea? It's gotta be tasty. It's just fanning the flavor off the tongue. More zoomed in on the tongue, but yeah, okay, well we can do that. We can absolutely do that. We can just take another snapshot. It's gonna be blurry, but we can just get like this. Let's get it more centered. There, perfect. All right, how's that? Or do we need more zoom? Zoom, enhance. Zoom, enhance. By the end of the stream, it's usually just a screen with a big ghostly eyeball and some gameplay in the background. Of Joe Heels. I've not heard of Joe Heels before. I'll have to check them out. Sounds like they do some fun streams. For every $20 that gets donated, he expands the face cam and reduces the opacity. That's brilliant. I love that. The Joe-pacity. Pretty cool Joe-pacity turns into a beetle host. Those found like some ridiculously fun streams. All right, I think this is going to be our image. The question is, where does Tasty go? I mean, tasty food is always quite enjoyable. Is it better or worse than pure tea? That's the question. How do I compare a concept with an actual drink? I've made a weird challenge for myself. This is tricky because many things in life can be tasty, but there is only one pure tea. I think tasty has to be S tier. If something is tasty, I want more of it. It's as simple as that. The pun is pretty good. It was not one that I was expecting, so it's up there. I think tasty has to be S tier. Again, it might get moved, but for now, I think it's better than pure tea, simply because I've had many things that are tasty. I've not had pure tea before. And everything that I've had that was tasty, I have liked. Kind of makes sense, so I think it's got to be S tier, so we're going to keep it up there for now. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Sodakissin, and thank you for the donation and supporting War Child. That's amazing. We've actually hit £50 already, which is incredible. We are a quarter of the way to our 2-week goal of £200. Honestly, if we end up hitting £50 in each stream, we'll hit the target, which is fantastic. I will consider this Jingle Jam to be a huge success if we hit the £200 target. Like, if we actually hit the target that was set, that's huge. All right, let's have a look at the next game then, which is Emily Displaced, which is meant to be a choice-based visual novel about how children are affected by war, so very topical. Let's have a look and let's see if it's able to get the level of nuance right. And yes, I've decided we're leaving the cat cam up for a bit longer because why not, right? We want fantastic graphics, yes please. From Bossa. Hey, and Warchild. I do believe in us. I think we will get there. I think we will get there. That's some lovely art. The one in the middle gave me Meat Canyon vibes just for a second. Children affected by war don't often get to choose what happens to them. In Emily Displaced, Emily has to make decisions. Screw you, hay fever. Emily has to make decisions, but ultimately it's other people who will decide where she will go. The decisions you make while playing might influence how those people see her and mean that they are more likely to make one decision over another, but in the end they have the final say. This does sound like a sad game. I mean, it's about displaced kids. Now, if I click about, is that going to go to the same one? Not quite. This game was made in 4 days during a game jam as part of the Help Real War is Not a Game. War Child's Help campaign seeks to transform the humanitarian system to ensure that children in conflict are protected and educated as a priority alongside basic necessities such as food and water. And Bossa Studios, who made this one, is a BAFTA-winning game studio based in Shoreditch, London, where the creators and publishers of the cult hit Surgeon Simulator, I Am Bread, and Worlds Adrift. If you were playing through their games library, I think this would give you tonal whiplash. Because those are 3 games that are just a little bit silly and a bit fun and don't take themselves seriously at all. And now we're like, oh, no. We're going to do a visual novel about a girl who's been, like, moved out of her home and country. That, wow, I would not have expected it from that team. All right, let's have a look. I don't know how long this is going to be, so we might not play the full thing, but if it's a game jam game, I'm not expecting it to be hours long. Okay, yeah, only 3 chapters, and they're in different orders depending on choices we make. That's kind of cool that you can already see the layout in that way. So we always start in the city. You are Emily, a 12-year-old girl. You're in a nice park with your parents, Paul and Tara, and the dog, Bruno. Paul, did you bring the frisbee? Yeah. Emily, did you want to play with Bruno? Yes. Existential crisis already. This decision will have consequences. We're playing with a dog. This should not have consequences. The only option when asked if you want to play with the dog is yes, absolutely. How many dogs? This should not be a question. And now I'm terrified by this. Isn't I am bread about food waste, or am I hallucinating? I think it might be, but indirectly. The only thing that could make this worse, and I'm using that term very loosely, is if they put a countdown timer on it and I only had enough, like 10 seconds to make a decision or something like that. Holy cow. I'm expecting I'll click one of these and it'll just come up with, oh, we'll remember that. And Emily didn't like that. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, okay. We'll absolutely play with the dog. Why would we not play with the... They put this first choice in there knowing that 99% of the people will play with the dog. Also, it sounds like I might need to turn this up just a little bit so you can hear the music. The music in that last bit was quite loud. Let me know if that's good. It's just a little gentle piano music. You throw the frisbee for Bruno. It spins just above his head as he runs. He jumps at the last second and grabs the disc excitedly. He brings it back to you, wagging his tail. Hey, who's hungry? I got ham sandwiches or cheese? Okay, well this one doesn't have consequences, so that's good to know. I will take a ham sandwich. Ham! One ham sandwich coming right up for my little carnivore. I feel like I'm being called out for that decision already, but okay. You're just tucking into your sandwich when your dad notices something. You look over and a teenager is pushing and jostling with 3 policemen. Some men come over and start shouting at the police. One of them pulls something from the back of his trousers, but you can't see what it is. It's a present for Bruno! It's gotta be a present for Bruno with this music! It's a dog treat! You know what? I think we should finish these back home. Shall we pack up? What's happening, Mum? Not to worry, dear. They're just having an argument. You all hurry back to the car. Climb in the back seat with Bruno as your parents load up. Let's put some music on. Shall we listen to the radio? Your mum cranks up the radio, but you can still hear the men shouting. As your dad puts his foot on the accelerator, you hear a faint popping sound. Oh man, someone really needs to get their car checked out and misfired. You're playing at home with Ash, your friend from school. The heating is off, so it's a little chilly. Let's play Space Soldiers! This decision will have consequences. I don't like this. Sounds good. Can we be the Rebel Alliance? Shall we play something else instead? My auntie says we shouldn't play war games. Screw it. We're gonna be the Rebel Alliance. 'Cause Star Wars. Sounds good. Can we be the Rebel Alliance? Yeah. Check out my blaster. Cool. Hey, watch out for the space troopers. You play your game. Ash watches way too much sci-fi, so it's always the same stuff with him, but he's funny, so you let him get away with it. Bruno gets a little overexcited by Ash and you running about the place and barks a few times. You and Ash laugh. You notice some people throwing stuff at police with big shields on the TV. One of these things is not like the others. Ooh. Yeah, heating's off from being poor, not war. You're sitting playing with your toys by yourself when there's a knock at the door. Who do you think that could be? Are we expecting anyone, Paul? Not that I know of. Keep the chain on the door. Oh, it's just Ed from the top floor. Hey Ed, what's up? Hey Tara, listen, I must be quick. I was down at the square and something bad's going on. I think we ought to get out of town for a few days. You hear gunfire, muffled yelling, a small explosion. The hell was that? Jesus, we need to leave. You hear a fire alarm. Come on, Emily, let's go. We are just going to leave as quickly as we can. You leave everything and head out as quickly as you can. Your parents are trying their best not to show it, but you can tell they're terrified. You press the button for the elevator, but nothing happens. Come on, Emily. Come on, Emily. The lifts don't work when there's a fire. We have to take the stairs. Well, this is going swell. The streets are in chaos. Everybody seems to be running. You spot Ash in the midst of it all. I can't find my mum and dad. Come on, darling. Come with us and we'll find them later. You hear shouting and more gunfire. Some men with guns come around the corner, pursued by a different group of men. They're shouting at shooting at each other with big guns. That's very different to shouting at each other. I am so sorry for misreading that. Oh no. The people in the streets disperse, knocking you and your dad over. He scrambles to his feet, keeping his head down, and picks you up and pulls you into a nearby empty shop. The two of you hide there, waiting for the gunfire to die down. Soon, it sounds like the shooting has moved to another street. Stay here. I'm gonna go looking for your mother. Well, we're getting separated one way or another. I feel like we should go with him. While we might be technically somewhere safe at the moment, it's not going to be safe for long. On the other hand, he might just go get shot. As a child, listen to the adults. Be careful. Don't worry about me. I'll be right back. He's not coming back. He's not coming back. Your father goes outside. You're waiting for a long time. When he comes back, he looks pale. Your mother isn't with him, but Bruno is. Where's Mum? I couldn't find her. But look who I did find. Yay! Bruno's alive! They haven't killed the dog. Yet. You can hear the shouting getting closer again, so you decide to hide. Eventually, you fall asleep, huddled together under the counter. Oh, we were there for a while. When you wake up, there are still the sounds of far-off gunfire and shouting. You spot a few people cautiously moving down the street. Dad! I can see people outside. Maybe Mum's with them. Oh, let's go take a look. Bruno has rabies! 3 of you go outside. There's no sign of your mother, but you do spot Ed in the group. Ed! Have you seen Tara? Ed's about to say something, but then he spots you. He whispers something in your dad's ear. Your dad looks horrified and gasps. What's wrong, Dad? Dad pulls himself together. You can tell he's putting a brave face on. Listen, we ran into a policeman a while back. He says they're getting people out of the city. If we head for the South Circular, we should be able to find a safe zone. You should come with us. Father stands motionless for a minute, clutching the bridge of his nose. His face is scrunched up. All of a sudden, he looks up. Okay, Emily, we're going with Ed. If we stay together, we'll be safe. Where's Mum, Dad? Has something happened? Your father bursts into tears. You don't see him cry very often. Can't help but cry too. Well, this is going swell. I made a wrong decision, so I could not save my mother. Oh no. Well, if that's one chapter, this is going to be over relatively quickly, but I feel like we're not winning, and I feel like you don't win. Know what I mean? I don't know if anyone here has played this war of mine. Similar vibes. Okay, chapter 2 together. So yeah, we could have ended up in the, could have been in the countryside. It would have been great. Instead, we're here seeking asylum or the camps as the only 2 choices we're going to. Shouldn't have played with the dog. Wrong decision with consequences. You're absolutely right. They pulled us in by playing with the dog. You and the group are on your way out of the city, but the road up ahead is blocked off. There are some jeeps and a couple of men in balaclavas blocking the way. Another group is trying to get through up ahead, but the men won't let them. Shall we go see if we can get through? Let's see how this plays out first. The group trying to get through has been dispersed. It looks like quite a few of them are badly hurt. There's a lot of blood. Crap. I don't think they want anyone leaving. Alright. We need to find somewhere to hold up for now. It's not safe out in the streets. Agreed. There's an old hotel not far from here. One of the doors is loose. We might be able to get in there. The hotel is cold and leaky, but the walls are thick, so you feel a little safer in here. You've been here for probably 6 or 7 days so far. That went by quickly. Look, if Fallout has taught me anything, we can go down to the basement. There'll be some drinks, some bottle caps, a couple of bobby pins so we can open some doors. Definitely some weapons around. Like, we'll be fine. Ah, but this is set in the UK, not America. Never mind. Your father still won't talk about your mother, and every time you ask about her, he avoids the question and gets upset. The sounds of gunfire and explosions haven't let up yet. Every day, some of the adults go out looking for food, but each day they have to travel further and further away from the hotel. Occasionally, they don't come back. They tend to go out at night, where things are usually a bit quieter and it's easier to stay hidden. One night, your dad is preparing to go looking for supplies. You have to promise you'll come back. I promise. I need to get some medicine for Philippa and Roger. We don't know who they are, but it's fine. They're getting quite sick because of the damp. While he's gone, you spend the time with Bruno and Ed's kids, James and Holly. He's a cool dog. Wish I had a dog. I don't get it. What does he do? He's a dog. Does what he wants. Yeah, darn right. So you're saying that he wants to run around in circles? What's he looking for? He's chasing his tail. He doesn't know what it is. I can chase my tail too. James runs around in circles, which gets Bruno even more excited. He jumps up on James. Oh man, what's he doing? He's just excited. Give him a belly rub. 3 of you have fun with Bruno, giving him belly rubs and lots of petting. He rolls around, his tail wagging furiously. Oh, the dog's going to die, and it's going to be sad. Now, I was taking the ham sandwich. The game lied about that choice not mattering. You're right. It absolutely might have. Make sure I've not missed anything there. Nope, we're good. For absolutely no reason at all, this is reminding me of Sunset over Imdal. Also a sort of dark and dystopian game with a slightly more cheery outlook to start. Yeah, I'd seen similar themes here. This one's definitely a more simple and to-the-point story because of the time constraints with development, obviously. It's meant to be more concise. But I think as a result of doing that, it's also realistically just emphasizing how quickly things can go downhill. It's been a few hours. Ed has just returned, but you haven't seen your dad yet. Hey, Ed, have you seen my dad? No, I'm sure he'll be back soon. James, Holly, you want some of these little cakes I found? Oh man, they look amazing. No, I don't feel so good. Holly, what's wrong? You don't look so good. Holly pukes on the floor. Looks like she might have whatever Philippa and Roger have. Oh, gross. That's it, kids. Get to sleep. I don't want you all getting ill. We either say, no way, I've got to go find my dad, or, okay, you can get up and look for your dad once Ed is asleep. Either way, we're leaving. But it's just, do we do it straight away, or do we do it once people are asleep? I feel like we won't actually go out while there's still sunlight. Going out at night is probably a bad idea. Yeah, both are bad options. There's no good option here. No, I've got to go find my dad. No way, I've got to go find my dad. Hey, your dad would never forgive me if I let you go looking for him and you got hurt. Or worse, get to bed. We can go look for him in the morning. You want to wait for Ed to go to sleep first, but he stays up until he's sure you're asleep. You wake up early the next morning and set out to look for your dad. Okay, that was probably the better thing to do. Because otherwise, we would have snuck out in the middle of the night and things could have gone wrong. Alright, timer is up. We're going to flip this back. Whabam. Alright, we're going to go look for our dad in the morning, the best time of day. It's horrifying seeing all the buildings of your neighborhood in ruins. There are fires that still haven't gone out. Bullet holes riddle the walls. There are big chunks missing from the ground, and all the windows are smashed. You sneak through the city. Being small, it's easy for you to avoid the people that are still walking the streets. A lot of the men are wearing balaclavas, but there are a lot of soldiers too. You don't want any of them to see you. You see a lot of bodies in the streets. You don't look too closely and try to keep moving. Eventually you arrive at the pharmacy that you've been going to since you were a kid. The big windows have been caved in and there's glass everywhere. You see your dad's leg sticking out from behind the counter. You approach nervously. You can hear the sound of shouting men getting closer. Your dad is lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Fear the worst. Dad? Shake him by the shoulders. Groans and rubs his head. Thank God. Emily, is that you? It's okay. What are you doing here? Burst out crying. Let's not be too loud. Let's be quiet. I came looking for you. I was worried. I came looking for you. I was worried. Oh, don't worry about me, Paddle. It'll take more than a loud noise and a cupboard door to stop your father. Help your father up. Needs a bit of help as he's quite unsteady. I have to head back the same way. It's getting quite light now. You have to hurry. When you make it back to the hotel, you help your dad distribute medicine to people who need it. Okay, we saved our dad. Good job, us. It's been a few more days. People are recovering from illness, but the violence seems to be getting closer and closer. There is a loud noise from outside. You rush to the window and see a big military convoy rolling into town. They've got 3 big tanks and a bunch of men on foot. It seems as though they've cleared through the roadblock. Oh, thank God you guys are here. Can you take us to the safe zone?
No can do, sir. We're heading to the combat zone. We don't have any men to spare to direct you.
Are you serious? What are we supposed to do?
Your best bet's to head to Lidso. There's a camp set up there for displaced civilians such as yourselves.
Soldier doesn't wait for an answer. He joins the rest of his group. We better get moving soon before those guys set up another roadblock. Right. How long do you reckon it would take to reach Lidso on foot? Around 2 days, I'd guess, but I don't like the sound of that camp. I'm gonna head to Lennart. I've got a cousin there. Lennart? How do you get there? There's an ocean in between us and Lennart. And go with the others to Lidso. Do what you want. Whatever you're doing, you'll have to do something about that dog. No one will take it. Gasp. What does he mean, do something about the dog? Dad's stunned too. He'd never considered this. It's right, Emily. We won't be allowed to have a dog in any of those places, and it won't be fair to keep him if we can't feed him. Leave Bruno alone, he's coming too, or we can take him to the fields where we go for walks. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Man. Trying to think through, like, where this could possibly go. First option could see us getting to a checkpoint or a border and being turned away or having to make a tough choice about the dog, but at least we might still move in the right direction towards safety. Going towards the fields would mean that we're away from civilization could get caught in the crossfire of something. That feels like the worst of the two choices. So we're going to go for leave Bruno alone, he's coming too. I'm sorry, Emily. It's just not fair. We'll take him away from the city, but we'll have to say goodbye there. You burst out crying. Short and to the point. You head out of the city. After about 20 minutes of walking, there's a big open field. Bruno spots some rabbits and runs off like he always does, but this time, instead of running after him, keep walking. Your dad gently says goodbye to Ed. You join the rest of the group. You'll be okay. He'll be okay. He's gonna hunt rabbits for the rest of his life. He'll be okay. At least we didn't have to put him down. Ugh. At least he's got a chance. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Which means we've ended up at the camps rather than seeking asylum. Still don't know if that was better or worse than ending up at the border, but we're here now. The journey takes some time, but eventually you arrive in the camp. A lot of people are already there. There's a lot of chaos, but eventually you and your dad are assigned to a tent. It rains a lot and the tent leaks. You have no heating or electricity. Will Mum be able to find us here? Ooh, that's a bad question to ask. I should think so. They should be able to match her with us if she comes here. Fast forward 2 years and you're still living in the refugee camp. There are endless rows of white tents and tens of thousands of people. Your dad now runs a small cafe in the camp. Your mother still hasn't turned up. Emily, can you grab some more coffee beans on the way back from school today? Sure. How many bags? Just the one for now. Not sure we can afford any more this time. Not if we want dinner anyway. Well, hopefully you'll sell some more coffees today. See you later, Dad. You walk to school past the endless rows of tents. There are tens of thousands of people living in this place, with tents providing people with shops, cafes, bakeries, and even an art gallery. Conditions are tough, and most people don't have any money, but at least you're relatively safe. You've heard horror stories, but generally things are okay here. There are a lot of people who work together to make sure that there are opportunities for life to go on, and most people hope they can return home soon. The schools were set up by a charity last year. It's great to be learning again. Preferred school back in Ankia, but when you're learning, you feel like you have a future. You arrive at school and take your seat next to your school friend, Max. Hey Max, how are you? Hey, not too bad. Pretty tired though. Late night last night? Yeah, Mum and Dad are having a hard time with money, so I got a night job. A night job? There aren't enough jobs for adults, let alone kids like you. Who gave you a job? There's only one job for me here. Jack and Wade pay me pretty well. Jack and Wade? But they sell drugs. Not so loud, idiot. I know you and your dad are hurting for cash. Why don't I talk to them about getting you some work too? No, we're alright. Thanks for the offer though. Wow. Okay. Dealing with kids being drug mules. Love this. I mean, look, it's meant to make you uncomfortable. You sit through the rest of school. It's hard to concentrate as the camp is always very loud and some of the kids can't help but yell and act out. A lot of kids can't get access to education and your class is quite overcrowded. You head home, buying a single bag of coffee on the way. When you get home, your dad has a big smile on his face. Guess what? What? I sold quite a bit today. I bought us some of the nice bread. You can smell it already. Claire runs a little bakery a short walk away. It's the best bread in the camp, you're sure of it. Things are tough here, but at least you have some hope. One day it will be safe to return home and you'll be able to get your life back on track. But probably not anytime soon. The end. Oh man. That's brutal. But I mean, it's meant to be, so... Oh, how do you even critique something like this? This is the kind of game that you play and you go, I shouldn't critique this. Just shouldn't. Yeah, presentation-wise, found it a little awkward how the sprites just slide in and all face to the left. It's very simple. I mean, again, this was created in the space of 4 days. They're going to have limited art assets to use. They had limited time to create the music, do the scripting and everything. Like, it's very compact, I think is the best description for it. I would love to see a story like this play out over the course of like an hour or two's worth of narrative rather than what was probably closer to what, 20 minutes. But I think it's not trying to do that. It's just trying to convey a point about the brutal reality of what it is like to be in a war zone. You know, not to be directly involved. It's not to, you know, so many war games like a Call of Duty, Battlefield, all those kind of ones that try to tell those kinds of stories about war. They focus on the glory of war and the change that you can make by being involved. But there are very few stories out there that focus on civilians, the survivors, the people that happened to be in the area when this all went down. It's yeah, matey, I don't know what to say. It feels very real. I think it made its point well. I agree with that. It's the kind of game that's meant to punch you in the guts with just the reality of it. Because, yeah, for people that do live or were in what are now war zones, things would have very quickly turned from it's okay, it's not going to affect us, to this is life. This is our reality now. And that's something that I think many of us that live in first world countries like myself sometimes take for granted. It's very easy to ignore the realities that we don't want to recognize. And there's something quite powerful about taking a moment to step back and go, while this might be a very blunt way of presenting this, it's also very true, and it's something that we naturally don't like to be confronted with because it's uncomfortable. So I think they did a very good job at addressing that. All right, we're not going to go through and do the other stories. I'll leave that for you to discover if you're so inclined. Okay, for now though, what we're going to do is I'm just going to pull up the launcher again. We're going to take a real quick break so I can make myself a fresh cup of tea. And then when we come back, we'll dive into Maukia, whatever that might be. So while we're hanging out here, I'm just going to put the music back down a bit. Better. And we will flip this back around again so you can just enjoy Cat Cam while I'm getting a fresh drink. We'll be back in about 5 minutes tops. Alrighty, we're back. I don't know what this music is, but we have some beats apparently. Not my usual kind of music, but we're here. Alright, how we doing? What did I miss? Yeah, the dad definitely did something in that game. Don't know what. Ended up passed out. Definitely got attacked from the sound of it. Strange. Yeah, for a small project, I think it did quite well. 1, 2, 3, 7. What did I miss there? Oh, we need to make you rank it as well? Rank what? The game? I'm not putting the game on a tier list. Oh, heck no. That is not going on there. That's just asking for trouble, trying to put those games onto a tier list. Overall, I am quite impressed by what they were able to create in 4 games. I think there are probably some better war stories out there, but if you're wanting something to just act as a punch in the face, that will do it, for sure. Okay, oh, I need to rank Mighty? Ah, this will be one that you guys haven't heard of. It's a bit of an... it's a novelty. Because this is Lamington flavored tea. I don't know if you guys know what Lamingtons are. Now, let me just pop this down a little. Because Lamingtons are uniquely Australian. And I know every country has various, like, pastries and desserts and things that are unique to them. But I have Lamington flavored tea, which the best description I have for it is it's like a chocolate sponge, kind of. So here you go. This is Lamington. Lamington is sponge cake covered in like a chocolate icing and then dusted with coconut. Sometimes we'll have strawberry jam in the middle. And they're absolutely delicious. Gray Salem says hi to the stream. Hi Salem, please give Salem some pats for me and a little treat as well if you're so inclined. So I have Lamington flavored tea, so it's black tea flavored with chocolate and coconut, and it is delightful. I'll swap the... You're right. Sorry. Let me swap the... There we go. Now you can see the Lamingtons properly. This is the important part. We're here for the Lamingtons, not for actual content. Thank you, Sky. What else did I miss? Octobob, keep hearing voices. That's not from the game. That's from the music. Shadow, you've been hyper-fixated on learning about clockwork recently. How they work. They are beautiful, intricate pieces of machinery, and honestly, humans are pretty incredible for figuring out how to make them. We did a damn good job when it came to them. I love, like, watches or pocket watches where they're open and you can see the mechanisms on the inside. This hay fever will be the end of me, I swear. Oh, it's like, if you have an appreciation for clockwork, you probably also have an appreciation for steampunk machinery, because there's a lot of crossover between the two of them. Strack just finished replaying Knights of the Old Republic 2. As much as the technical unfinished nightmare that game was, had a refreshingly grey view of war and the overall impact of it. Another game that I need to play at some point. One day I'll get to play all these fantastic games. I might be dead by the time that happens, though. Mamamoo, not sure if you're talking about liking baked goods or steampunk, but either way, you've got good taste. We need both. I want a world where steampunk is reality and baked goods are a necessity. Best kind of world. All right, let's move on to the next game, shall we? I'm going to move this out of the corner as well. I think we're going to stream for like another hour or so, which should give us enough time to play 1, maybe 2 more games. So next on the list is Malkia. This, I reckon, will probably be a short one. Malkia's husband was killed in the civil war that tore Kovia apart. A fragile peace now holds, but militia and gangs are commonplace, and the security forces of the Unity government rarely venture outside the larger towns and cities. Left to raise her 8 children alone in the turmoil, Malkia has settled in the village of Koriso, determined to make the best of life for her family. Your job is to assist Malkia as much as possible by utilizing the resources available to her. By successfully delegating tasks amongst the family and completing stock resupply journeys, you can help Malika to grow her business, educate her children, and put food on her family's table. So this is a strategy management style game from the sound of it. Let's take a look. Ma'am, you're talking about pastries. There's a special eclairs weekend at your bakery. Please have an eclair for me and put some photos in the Discord because, oh, I love a good eclair. I might be something of a heathen when it comes to it, but I like chocolate eclairs filled with custard. Like a good, like creme pat is just fantastic. Other people like, oh no, I want ones with like the chocolate filling. It's too dense. It's too much for me. The custard's a little bit lighter. It's moreish. This is Sega? What? What? I was not expecting that. That just gave me whiplash. Where the hell did that come from? Suddenly, Sega. The shadow, yeah, absolutely. What? How did they get involved in this? Huh? From the Sports Interactive division. Okay. Cool. So, what was that? 12 people worked on this one? All right. Also love that it's all in the outline of Africa. That's cool. Yeah, I never thought I'd get jump scared by Sega. That's wild. What I missed there? Strack. As a game dev, I can honestly say that writing about war is one of the most difficult topics to cover. The actual scale of real war is so difficult to grasp. Not just the individual conflicts, but overall result and consequences way bigger than anyone realizes. That's why the game of Risk is so scary. Sorry guys, 1 second. I'm gonna turn my camera off for a sec. Feel bad for all the interruptions, but we're going to push through and persevere. We're going to keep going. All right, let's see. So I know this is going to be like a sim or management style game, and it's probably also going to be a little bit depressing. Meet Malkia. Hi, Malkia. Malkia's husband was killed in the civil war that tore Kovia apart. See, this is where I want to interject humor, but I also probably shouldn't because it's trying to be serious, but also called it. I think sometimes you need to intersperse a little bit of humor into these kind of things to lighten the mood, but without taking away from the message that something's trying to deliver. If you guys feel like I'm crossing a line on that kind of stuff, absolutely let me know. Like, I know that there are certain jokes that would absolutely be in poor taste, and we're not going down that path. But I don't know, I'm of the opinion that it's all well and good to have serious moments, but you need to balance that with a little bit of brevity as well. It's a tricky thing to balance. Fragile peace now holds, but militia and... Oh, no, sorry. A fragile peace now holds, but militia and gangs are commonplace, and the security forces of the unity government rarely venture outside the larger towns and cities. Left to raise her 8 children alone in the turmoil, Malkia settled in the village of Coriso, determined to make the best life for her family. Yeah, I don't think I've done any distasteful jokes so far. In fact, I'd be really disappointed in myself if I did. But I know you guys would also call me out for it if that happened. As the sole breadwinner, Malkia has started a small business selling charcoal from a roadside shack. Money and food are scarce in the village, and Malkia and her children have to travel many miles every day to fetch more stock and supplies. Selling charcoal from a roadside shack just reminds me of Demon Slayer. Their entire family were charcoal sellers, so it's a real profession. The roads to the surrounding towns and cities are fraught with danger, and every single day survived is an achievement in itself. Okay, your job is to assist Malkia as much as possible by utilizing the resources available to her. By successfully delegating tasks amongst the family, including stock resupply journeys, you can help grow the business, educate Malkia's children, and put food on the family's table. Sky, I think serious games should exist because a lot of people don't realize the gravity of the situations. Having comedic moments can absolutely undermine the point, especially since that doesn't often really exist in these situations. They're bleak, but that's also the point of them. I do agree with that. I think there are moments where you need to embrace the bleakness and just let it deliver the message that it's trying to deliver. And that's something that I'm trying to embrace through this as well, is going, well, no, these have a story to tell. We need to give them room to do that. All right. Where there is life, so we're going to continue with the tutorial because we've not played this before. Alright, Coruscant. This is Coruscant, our home. Here you'll be able to manage the business and try to make life. Also, very much, obviously, this is based in Africa. Fun fact, I lived in Africa for a while. I was very young at the time, like, gosh, 5, 6, 7 years old, thereabouts, because I was over there for 3 years. Family worked in Ghana on a gold mine there, so we traveled and lived in Ghana for basically 6 months of the year and then came back to Australia. So, yeah, kind of interesting that I've experienced some of this, but not to this extent. Okay, he'll be able to manage the business and try to make a life. The 3 values in the left of the game bar at the top of the screen show you how you're doing with your money. Okay, good to know. Daily expenses, and then we've probably got money and income, probably the other one. One of my favorite books is about boys growing up and dealing with toxic masculinity and radicalization. One of the bleakest and depressing books you've read. And the topic absolutely wouldn't come across as strong as it did had jokes spliced into it. Wouldn't be nearly as memorable. No, I 100% agree with that. Like I said, I think part of the art of it is knowing when it's appropriate to make a joke and when it's not. Books like that, they've got a message to tell. They've got to tell it. Yeah, what is the name of the book? Would love to know. Would absolutely love to know. Okay, so 3 values for money from left to right, so current balance, previous day's income, and finally the current daily expenditure. Top right of the game shows you how much you have of each of the 4 resources you can sell and the current day. So our resources are petrol, bottled gas, manioc, an essential root vegetable, and coal, cheap but small profit margin. Okay. The bottom of the screen is our family. It can be found all the way on the left. Yep. These icons show the health and happiness of every member of the family. Education level of the children is also shown. Nyara, Kondo, Kandaro, Chiku, Kaufan, Jamala, Amala, and Kijani. Hey. Unfortunately, the UI is a little bit big, so some of it gets cut across. We'll never know Kijani's health, happiness, or education, but we do know their age. So that's good. Okay. Hovering over family members will provide more information, whilst clicking them will allow you to choose what to do with them. Now we should explore Coruscant itself. Your shop is where the prices of goods you sell are set. Open the shop. Okay. Shop is here. Got. The book is Play by Luke Palmer, and his other books. It's an incredibly unknown book. Might only be out in the UK. Met the author, fantastic bloke, and also writes from his experience dealing with kids in these kind of situations too. Be interesting to see if there's like a digital copy or something. Because it's always annoying when books are like, oh, it's only available in this country. Why? We live in the digital age. Things should be available everywhere. Welcome back, Solid Kissin. You made it just the right time. Okay. Throw a link in the books channel. Just go, thank you. Appreciate that. You can change the price of the you sell goods at. You currently only sell coal, and it looks a little low. Let's increase it. Okay, so coal's here. We'll bump that up a little. Goods are sold when someone is in the shop, with the price of goods affecting the amount of customers, so make sure the prices are right. Close the shop to continue. So, yeah, okay, we have 20 coal. We have prices for the others, but we don't have any stock. So far, from a UI perspective, it's simple, but it's got a bit of charm and personality. It's conveying everything that it needs to convey, which is good. The market is where consumables, upgrades, and other expenditures are done. Open the market. Okay, daily costs. These are costs you incur every day. You can set your food costs and have the option of hiring a guard to protect your shop. Well, I wonder why we might need that. Can't afford the current level of food. Decrease to the least expensive. Yeah, that's a pretty depressing start. So that's this one. Just enough food to sustain the family. Thanks. That one's enough food, slight health and happiness boost, or plenty of food. Interesting. Consumables are purchased and can be used once. Buy medicine to help cure your family, and a bus ticket to help you when you journey for resources. Unlocks once purchased are kept permanently. You can buy weapons for defense, vehicles for traveling, increased storage space, and security for your shop. So those are all the boosts. These must be the unlockables. They're going to be important to go for early on, I reckon. Wooden stick would be handy for defense. You should buy that now. Okay. Bought. I have $6 left. Yikes. Now that you're a little more secure, when you can afford them, unlocks can be a great investment for your business. Close the market. All right. Getting the children through school is a dream, but schooling costs money. The school. The more time the kids spend in school, the happier they are and the more productive they are. You can see how they're getting on here. Currently, only one is in school. Daily school costs children under 10 are free, so the age matters. Whilst we sell resources, we need to get some in. We have to travel to surrounding places in order to do this. You can undergo the journey yourself or assign someone else to go gather more resources. However, a journey is not without risk, and risky situations may arise whether you are on the journey or not. So, that is Carrizo. Your aim is to raise your children and try to make money. You make money by selling goods in your shop, which you obtain via journeys along the road. Use the market to unlock items to make your life easier. You should focus on making your children healthy, happy, and educated, but always remember to stay afloat. Life will throw up challenges that you have to deal with along the way. Now's the time for you to take control and try and make a living for you and your family in Carrizo. Just gonna pause there for a second. I am going to make a prediction. This is going to go downhill rapidly, and unfortunately, I don't think all of these kids are going to survive. Mamu, you're reading A Coin in Nine Hands by Marguerite Yourcenar at the moment. Wonderful book. Some passages still ring true, sadly. It makes me think a lot. I like books that can deliver a little bit of a message and make you reflect either on your own personal life or society, things like that. Books with a message matter. Put it that way. All right. Let's see if we can keep these kids alive. So let's just double check in the market. Yeah, okay. Daily expense is 3. I assume that's because it's 1 for that, 2 for that, so 3 total. Apparently we've already bought that, but I don't know if that was just the tutorial or not. How to check. We can choose where to send people to help with selling things. Oh, here we go. Diary, day 1. Nyara is in school and it's a joy to behold. My dream is for... That went by quickly. Oh no. My dream is for the others to attend too if fortune is with us. I'm very worried about the way some of the local men are looking at us, looking at Amali recently. Pray that you stay safe with so many dangers all around us. Okay, I'm going to need to make choices quickly in order to figure out what's going on. So kids under 10 can go to school for free. Let's see who else we can send. Because I think it makes sense if they're young, we'll just put them in school, right? That's where they need to be. Age 6, send to school. Age 7, I'm hardly getting enough time to make decisions. Niara and Kondo are in school and is joy to behold. Dreams that others to attend to. Fortune's with us. I had another argument with Jamila today. I know it's a tough time for her as she grows up, but I wish she could be more like Amelie sometimes. Okay. Hang on. How old are you? See your age. Please. No. Don't go to the market. Why is the pop-up not working? There. Age 9. Go to school. We're not making any money. I need to send someone into the shop that we sell some things. You can go to the shop as well. Niara, Kondo, and Chico are in school. Dream for the others tend to. Today, Calvin helped me prepare a meal. He's starting to become such a helpful young man. Hope he doesn't fall in with the wrong crowd as he gets older. Okay, and we also need to send someone on the road. Pick the person to perform the journey below. Okay, so they could go and buy things. 20 cents there, 18 cents there, 24 cents there. Interesting. So technically getting coal from Jamo would make sense. Fortunately, the pop-up is not working, so I can't see their age. Love that. You know what, Jamila, you've been causing problems. You can go there. You've got your stick, perfect. I know afford all items buy until refunds. That's fine. Yeah. Just go buy us some coal so that we can sell it. Oh, I think there are, yeah. We need to go get money. At the moment, we have 19 coal, but decent margin, but we're going to run out of money soon. Suddenly we have 30? What? Where'd that come from? Valkyr, some good news at last. The charity War Child has agreed to award you a microloan of microloan. Oh no. Okay. I thought this was paused. Oh, sorry, I need to sneeze again. I can feel it there. It's so annoying. Okay, no, we're good. Scheme has been hugely successful in the wider area. 95% of the first year loans have been successfully repaid, transforming hardworking women like you into thriving entrepreneurs who are an asset to their community. The loan must be repaid exactly 1 year from now. This is your chance to fulfill your dream of creating a successful business that will pay for your children to go to school and put food in their mouths. Good luck. Shootout between rebel factions broke out along the roadside. Jamila dropped the money and ran. Okay, well, that venture didn't work. We'll still need to go and get more supplies, and I can't click on the road at the moment. So, can we send anyone else to school? Nobody's sick. We are fed. Maybe life is finally getting better for us. They're all in school. Worried about Calvin. Find him crying safe and local boys teased him. Okay, no, stop. Okay, the UI is not great, and I feel like the days go a little too quickly because the mouse over is not working, and I can't tell how old this kid is. You're going to school as well now, I guess. There, you're age 10, so is it 10 and under or just under 10? Great, love that. Yeah, I think Jamila is a bit injured. How do I heal them again? I don't remember. They're both in the shop. Okay, about Kandaro's education. He's so gifted with local schools, so much to deal with. They're fine. They're all in school. Their happiness is up. Health is okay. We need to make money because we're not selling enough per day. I don't know what that... I can't send... Oh, I guess they're injured. Go... No. No, you stay in the shop. You do something. Okay, I can't actually do anything because you're injured for a couple of days. Got it. Calvin, though, you should go in the shop as well. I know you're 10, but sorry, no education for you. Not yet. We need to make money, and then maybe we can. I feel like it might be worth doing some things to make the journeys easier, because we're going to run out of coal pretty soon, and then we can't do anything. Let's buy a door to increase security for $1. That just makes sense. We can lock our doors, maybe things won't get stolen. We're going to spend 15 on buying a knife. And then I can't choose the road, which is great. Calvin's suffering from malaria. Okay, malaria pills are only 30 cents. It's not just a fever. Health is important. Jamla's returned for the journey with Cole. How? You dropped all your money. Okay, sure. Okay. Okay, that's why I couldn't send anyone. They were still on a journey. Apparently. Now my costs are $3.40? Don't know why. That's 70 cents there. We need to get something better to sell. I think I'm gonna have to go back to Garmo. Because they've got the roots and they're 70 cents. So, Amali, your turn. You're going on a journey. You can take a knife with you. Need you to buy some of that. Go. Okay. This is probably not going to go well. Jamla, you can go to the shop now. So their traveling takes 8 days. Nobody's sick, but all well filled. Maybe life is finally getting better for us. Kajani was out again last night and being sick in the early hours. Getting a hand can't make him see sense. Kajani, what are you doing? Kajani, you need to go to school. Get your shoots together. I'm gonna have to pay for that. And I'm almost out of money. I need to have someone else in the shop. Can't. You're stuck there, apparently. Okay. Why is it costing $1.25? What are the expenses? Also, I might be able to bump up the price a little bit. It's going to affect our bit. School's setting 25 cents. Okay, it's 25 cents. Okay, that's why it's 125. Gotcha. Because our food is 1. And we're about to be broke. We're just not making any money. I'm gonna have to put that down. Fire sale. Sell all the stuff. Go, go, go. The cheapest price. Yes. Need the cash. But I also have no reason. Well, I've got 9 coal left now. Marley's out on a journey. You're gonna stay home. This is just... It's a downward spiral. There is no winning here. Anonymous has donated £35. Thank you to whoever that was. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your Jingle Jam collection. If you would also like to either give the cats and pets or a treat or contribute to the tier list, please let me know. But I'm assuming you might have to actually put a chat message in down below. So I don't know who it was. Came through as anonymous. So whoever you are, thank you very much for the kind donation. Okay, this is a bad world. Also, why are you worried about Nyara? She's not running errands. She's only in school. She's just getting education. But yeah, this is one of those games where I really don't think it's possible to win. You can make all the right choices and still lose. Like, we're selling this as cheap as possible. I think I can only send one person out on a journey at a time. Corrupt police demanded payment before letting Amali carry on. Amali paid $2. Well, that's cool. We have no money now. Our daily income is 120, but okay, so we're making 20 cents a day with it at the current prices, selling it for 30 cents. So we might be okay for a bit, but we need more resources. Amali comes back in a day. Okay. They're in schools, struggle financially. Yeah, I might have to pull one out of school. Food short. Okay. We're doing okay, but yeah, Chiku, you gotta... I'm gonna send you to the I can't put you in the shop. There's too many people in the shop, I'm guessing. You go home. Nope. Can't do it. Doesn't let me. What do you mean Yara has always missed out so much stuff? She's only 4 years old. She's fine. She's in school. Alright, you can come home then if you don't need to be in school. Put Chiku back in. I will say this just goes slightly too quickly. Just a little. Just a little. Okay, we did get some of the root. We have 3 of them to sell, but we're pretty much out of things to sell. So we're going to leave that at the dollar price. Oh, that worked. Okay. But I think that knife might have been a single-use item. The problem is you need money to buy things. Coal is cheap over there at 19. It's 18 down there. I think we're still in the coal phase because I don't think we can do any more. Kijani, you're old enough. I'm not sending Niara, a 4-year-old, to Boshoshi. That's just terrible decision making. Go and please buy us some of that. We have $8, so 29 will make a huge difference. Problem is, it takes a while. 3 days, that's not so bad. And there's decent profit margin on it. Some drunks caused a fire in the fields in the village. You reached it, just to put it out. Rest your lungs for a second. No time to rest, can't afford it. Even we're taking damage. Oh, we can do things as well. No, we stay in the shop. We've got to help sell things. I don't know how to fix their health other than just buying medicines. We've got to hold off for that. Amali contracted meningitis. All right. Oh, we can't let people die. It's just a no-go. Kijani should be back in a day with more things to sell, though, because at the moment, it's just expenses with no income. Oh, thank goodness we have 29 pieces of coal. Okay. We might be all right. Our income probably isn't going to be high enough, though. Oh, dear. Not quite. Yes, take some coal at the cheaper price. That's fine. We need more resources. Kijani, you're doing a great job. That's 81 cents. 65 over there, but it's a long journey. 33 kilometers to there. Boshoshi was 18 kilometers. So if that was 3 days, that's probably like 6 days. Yet no one's doing particularly well, Mamamoo. This is all just a downward spiral. It is what it is. We're just going to see how long we can last. I think we actually go here and we buy some of the root and bring it back. Because although it's not going to be a huge profit margin, it means we're selling more things. And therefore, should be able to stay afloat a little better. I think that's what we need to do. Don't know what happens if you max out the education. Let someone have a reduction on some coal. Felt sorry for them. Shown kindness 2 times now. No good for business, but word will surely get around and perhaps someone might do a good turn. Okay, hopefully that'll work. Kondo, Kanto, and Chico are in school, but it's a struggle. It's fine. Proud of how smart Yara is about rage. She should be having more fun. How do I make people have more fun? Throw money at problems. Get back in school. You'll have fun in school whether you like it or not. Okay, but at least we're not starving. Jamla's having a hard time with happiness. So I probably will need to send her to school shortly to boost that back up again. Trying hard to be present with Kondo. I mean, look, we've managed to live for like a month. That's huge. Hang on, let me move the little timer out of the way here if I can. Timer. Just down to there. That's better. We don't need you right now anyway. Timer isn't on. We're just playing the game until we've had enough at this point. Which at this point, it's probably going to be when we die. You can buy a board game, no? Could we? That must have been in the market. We can buy health and happiness boosts. Storage. We've got the knife, which is helping quite a lot for the journey. If we manage to save up for $30, we can buy the bicycle, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. So do I have to buy the security increase again? Does that literally only last for a day? I thought it was a permanent unlock. Or maybe it was a one-off because an event happened. Yeah, no board game. We can heal injuries, but it's like $3 minimum, and we have $1.40, which is a slight problem. But Kajani will be back in a second with some new things to sell, and I think we'll be staying afloat. Okay. Great. Return from the journey empty-handed. Well, guess what, Kajani? You're going back again. Buy me those roots. There's 19 of them there. I believe in you. Go get some. I know you can't afford it all, but you'll be able to buy like at least one. I hope. Otherwise, we're just going to run out of coal and have nothing. But you know what? That might happen as well. We're daily income is 20 cents. Maybe we're saying this, let's bump this up to 40 cents and see what happens. Okay. Still made some, but no, that's not enough. We have to sell more. We need volume. Okay. Did you have anything, mate? No, nothing. Oh, and now we're out of coal. Love it. Well, we should have been buying some coal. You're going to have to go back again and get us some coal, mate. 18 cents there, 22 there. We're selling it for 30, so it's only a 10-cent profit margin. Yep, we're going to go buy it from here because they're close. I think we won't be able to afford anything. We are currently out of money with nothing to sell. Oh no. Food is short. Heard from the locals that people have been trying to get cheaper coal when Kaflin is at the shop. How can they try and take advantage of him like that? So proud that he stood his ground. Good on you, buddy. Good job, Calvin. You're doing your job. Cool, this put me in a great mood. Oh, my health and happiness went up, but I'm still broke. And now we're in a terrible situation where I've got no money and nothing to sell. I can't buy anything. Cool, use some more potions you found to treat the forest fire burns. Oh, we got some coal. We did. Okay, good job. Please go again. We need more coal. I'm going to be so broke. You're doing a good job. I know I'm just sending you on treks forward and back. I'll send someone else next time, but you're doing a good job. Also, this icon didn't load, so I don't know what's going on with Amali. Amali's nearly dead. Oh no. Extra time to get back. That's fine. How can I help you? Stay home and heal? I can't buy medicine. I'm too broke. They've been in school for a month. Good on them. Yeah, I can't buy that. What do I do? Health is just going... Oh! Recovered from major burns! Yay! That's great. Jamila needs to go to school and get some happiness back. They're having a terrible time there. I know it's going to cost more, but we can get that happiness back up a little bit. Kijani tripped and fell whilst fleeing from a rebel firefight. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do anything good in this. Okay, he's proud of how smart Yara is despite her age. I like the little flavor text, but I think reality is just the days go by too fast to be able to make meaningful decisions that don't result in anything more than perpetuating the downward spiral. And if that's the point of the game, that is incredibly depressing. We've returned with coal. It was 2 pieces. That's all we had the money for. Amali, this time it's your turn to go. It's 63 cents there, though. If we go there, we make no profit. 63? No, 9. Looking at the wrong one. 19 cents. 23 there, 23 there, 23 there. Yeah, this is actually the right place to go. Buy as much as you can. Or beg for it. I don't care. We need coal. Okay, Kajadi was being sick again. Nobody's sick, food is short. Yeah, I know. Oh, is it because I got no one in the shop? There's nothing to sell, so what am I gonna do? There's one piece of coal, and now there is no coal. We have 30 cents. So Amali would be able to buy one piece of coal. Return from the journey empty-handed. That was gonna happen. There's no money. I feel like I'm missing something here. Like, how... Oh, there we go. It's ended. You were unable to repay the loan. Score of 2888. Yuck. Okay. You have the option to start again. For millions of people around the world, this isn't an option. That is just depressing. Which is definitely the point. There's so many angles that you could look at this from. So, like, you could look at it and go, oh, well, this is just a poorly designed game. But no, 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 no. The point is that it is unsustainable. Completely and utterly unsustainable. The realist in me goes, well, part of the problem is you're trying to keep 8 kids alive. That should never be something you need to contend with. Is going, the problem is keeping people alive. That's just... uncomfortable in all the best ways. Because you go, oh, well, if we just had less kids, wouldn't be a problem. But it would lead to so many other things. But yeah, the reality of that downward spiral of there's nothing to sell because we have no money to buy things to sell is more than likely a reality that people are struggling with. Having to scavenge or beg to try and have some kind of income. I mean, that's why charities exist, to help people get out of those downward spirals. With the initial donation that comes in at the start of this game, if I'd made choices slightly differently, maybe could have done more. I would say the game would be more manageable if you could send multiple kids on journeys at the same time. The fact that you're restricted to only having one child going out to buy things at a time results in this weird downward spiral where, because it takes them so long to go and get things, by the time they get there, you've spent more money just keeping your family alive, and they have less to spend to purchase things, and it just repeats. That's tough. That's a tough pill to swallow. Interesting idea, cool game, sends a message, can't complain about that. Would I go out of my way to play it multiple times? No, I wouldn't. But for a game that sends a message about the futility and reality of trying to survive or trying to run a business in, you know, war-torn countries, that hits hard. All right, on to Savannah, narrative point-and-click game. Okay, cool. I'm always down for a narrative game. Let's see what story it's got to tell. I wonder. Oh, it goes on the wrong thing. Okay, we know how to fix this. Windows Shift right. Boom, there we go. Savannah. Mamu, yeah, but people shouldn't have to choose between their family and their survival. Those kids are there. They deserve to have a decent life. I 100% agree. It's not a choice that anyone should ever have to make. And that's why I think that game in particular is quite brutal with the messaging that it delivers. In fact, if anything, more brutal than Emily Displaced was. simply because it's less on the nose with trying to send a message. It doesn't go, oh, here's a narrative and this happened and this happened and this happened and this was your choice. This game just goes, here's the situation. We've given you all the tools. Make it work. And you can't. You just can't. And then you join the dots yourself and go, oh, this is reality. And if anything, I think that makes it send a more powerful message. Because you think you're in control, but you're not. Whereas with Emily Displaced, you were never in control. Yeah, great. Agree on both fronts there. All right, Savannah, let's see if this is going to lift our spirits. Immediately, I like the art style.
My name is Elena, and I grew up in Mozambique.
And we have voice acting. I might need to bump that up a little bit
Living
for
in
you.
Africa is quite a unique experience. You can see the iconic sunsets. It almost reminds you of paintings with oranges and pinks. It's just quite mesmerizing.
Let me know if that needs to be a little louder. Again, I believe this is another Game Jam game. So for this kind of art in a quick turnaround, it's quite gorgeous. All right, what horrible choices is this game going to make me suffer through? A little? Okay, let me just bump that up a touch for you guys then. I can put it down on my headset, but up for all of you. That should be better. Okay. We can play. Cook. The mouse icons aren't in quite the right position because... Oh, we're getting low on water. Okay, that's good. I would love to fetch water. It's not lining up with the cursor, so this game is going to be a little bit tricky. Let's go fetch some water. And we wandered into the desert and were never seen
Food
again.
in Africa can be quite amazing. Can be spicy, very multicultural in a way. You can taste the multicultural influences. But if you talk about food amongst the people that don't have much, then food is pretty much a mix of flour and water. It's corn flour or any other flours that they sort of pound the grains to make the flour in a huge pestle and mortar. That's quite an iconic symbol there.
Alright, we're gonna learn.
They also make their own alcohol out of corn by fermenting it. But
Sense?
food on those senses is quite simple, not fancy at all. It's whatever you can cultivate, whatever you can get hold of.
Gotta use the resources available. Okay. Fetch water. Turns out there were 5 other hotspots to click to like check for danger. Okay. Now fetching the water. See something like the go home button is appearing when I click over here rather than when I'm actually over here on the right. Like everything's just out of position a little bit. Okay, home we go. I will say like it feels a little slow paced. I'm curious to see if it's intentional, if there's like a reason behind this. Suddenly, lions.
I think we are quite lucky in Europe that we have a health system. Hospitals don't have great conditions. For people with money, they just go to private clinics and pay for it. I remember once visiting a mother that had just given birth to a baby girl, and she was on the floor of this hospital room. And the floor was filled with women that had just given birth. You didn't actually have beds. You didn't have a system.
Provides a little bit of interesting insight, doesn't it? Okay, what are our choices here? Who are these people? Support from aid workers. Yeah, we're going to talk to them. Whenever, if aid is ever offered, don't be too proud to say no. Or to say yes, rather. Like, don't say no when it's offered just because you're proud. Okay, I can now go to school. The school button is over there. Got it. Where are my parents? Is this a story about growing up? Ah, the school was over the mountain, so it is literally uphill in both directions.
People are extremely creative. They can make so many interesting things out of very raw materials and still have fun with it.
Very resourceful people.
I remember going to a village once. The governor asked this man how much he could buy his instrument for, and the man said that he didn't want the money because he had no use for the money, so he wouldn't sell his instrument.
Sense. Yeah, outdoor classroom. Kind of figured that might be it. Is there a button that I need to click to learn? We just wait. Finding a button other than go home. We're just gonna hang out here for a minute. See if anything happens. It's gonna be peaceful. I don't know, it's like... There's a weird part of me now that I'm in my 30s that I go, you know what? School wasn't that bad. For those that are in school at the time, I think we can sometimes view that as the worst part of our lives because we feel like we have no control. It's like, oh, we have to do this. And it's always assignments and things like that. When you speak to people from these other countries where school is not a given, it's a privilege, they have such a different approach to education. And it's something that we could actually learn from in first world countries. Because they're delighted to be able to learn because they understand what it means to them, how it's going to change and shape their future. They get excited about it in a way that we don't. I don't remember a time in school where I walked into a classroom and went, this is going to be amazing. I can't wait to see what I'm going to learn. It was always, all right, well, maybe interesting. I hope it's something that I can see a use for. I'd never had that positive outlook in the same way that these kinds of people do. Mama, you love school. Homework was sometimes annoying because the days were already long, but you really enjoyed it. I'm glad you did. I'm going to bet you didn't enjoy every day. There's always some days that are better than others, and yeah, homework can be a drag. But yeah, the difference that it makes is wild. And I think it does just come down to the difference of education being a given compared to education being a privilege. For these people, education is a privilege. Gray, certainly understand not wanting to go, but you know, when you're getting bullied at school, and in that case, like, do you blame the construct or blame the system? Blame the society. We created that problem for ourselves. Alright, time to go home. We have learnt as much as we can today from our teacher who said absolutely nothing.
I went to villages in the interior of the country in Mozambique where they're completely remote. They had no connection with the outside world. They had nothing. Everything they had, it was handmade. They were living in huts in a very close community. The bathroom was pretty much a hole on the floor. They made their own toys out of cans or out of rocks, out of metal. They made their own music instruments out of wood and string and old 5-liter oil can. It's truly inspiring. They are very imaginative, they're very creative with the very little they have.
I'm liking these little bits of insights for their culture. Uh-oh. That's danger music. Why? Why danger music? Oh. Can't see anything. Probably don't need to. Jesus!
No child has ever started a war. No child should ever be affected by war.
Wow. I'm stunned. That is not where I thought this was going. Not even close. Like, we knew it was going to be sending a message, but I thought it would be like, you know, you've got to make choices about what you prioritize, and maybe we'd follow them on a journey as they interact more with their community and maybe help resolve disputes or something. But we did two things. We collected water, we went to school for a day, and then gone. Yeah, brutal is the best word for it. Jeez. See, this is the kind of storytelling that I want more of. Imagine you're playing a fantasy RPG, and the first half of the game, I think there are some that are similar to this, but not to this extent, where it's like, first half of the game is all, you know, you're in your little village, and you're seeing, like, you're playing as a kid who's growing up, and going out to the forest, and going adventures, and killing slimes, and, you know, talking to your family, and making friends, and then one day you just come back from a trip to the woods, and your entire village is burnt down, and the game just ends. Things like this in games are huge risks to take from a gameplay perspective, because it's blurring, it's not even blurring that line, it's stepping over the line from a game to art. And I think that's really interesting, because some games toe the line between the two. It's like, oh, it's a very artistic game. This is, I would say, very firmly art. It's interactive art. It's not really a game. And I think that's okay, because these are the kind of things that only come out of game jams and these kind of special experiences. It's something that is meant to be played just the once, to leave an impression on you, and that's all. And I think that's a good thing. That's powerful. There's a restart button. They put that in just in case someone got to this point and you went, you know what? I'd like to do this again. Holy cow. Oh. Woo! This is what I meant at the start of the stream when I said this is going to be an interesting one to play through, because I really don't think I can critique these games. That was a great experience. It caught me off guard. Good job. Let's have a look at probably one more game for today called Nevermind. As the wind, you must guide the mine cap on. Turn that down a bit. Guide the mine Caffon to the unexploded bombs left around the countryside. Yeah, I thought this was the case. We're finding unexploded mines. Oh, that was the wrong button. There is no way this is a happy story as well. Or I think it might be a happier story than the last few, but I think it will still be sending a message. Horn Banner Studios. Haven't heard of these guys before. Oh, hello. Can we... Perfect, thank you. Oh, bummer. Things don't quite display correctly. That's all right.
Escape to hole select. Shift for slow-mo. I don't think I've ever had a hole select button before. Claymore, this mine will push you in the direction it's facing. Push you into the air. Okay. Rotate the screen with your mouse. WASD or arrow keys to control BAL. When hitting the basic mine, ensure your camera is aligned with the direction you want to go. But what's... Torn Banner is chivalry? Wow, okay, they got some, like, good devs involved in this. You hear about the mine hunting giant rats? Yeah, I have. And this is what I'm saying. Like, we are going out to detonate mines. Yeah, as the wind, you must guide the mine Caffon to the unexploded bombs left over around the countryside. Detonating these mines safely will help to prevent children and adults from being injured by them as they live, work, and play. Unexploded bombs and mines kill and injure thousands of people per year, and the majority of those hurt civilians. In 2011, Masood Hassani created the Mine Caffon, a cheap device that uses the power of the wind to help clear minefields. I've seen these, and this is what we're going to be playing as. I am on the fence. I love and hate the idea of taking what is a very real problem of unexploded mines in areas that people are trying to like rehabilitate and repopulate, and turning it into a game. There are some things that feel like they simply shouldn't be gamified, like topics that you should just steer clear from. This feels like one of them, because I've got a hunch that while this might make for an interesting gameplay mechanic, topically it's maybe a little insensitive to gamify a very serious problem like this. The other games we've played so far have handled that, I think, with nuance and care. Let's see what this game does. Why? Did we just get pushed down the hill by a child? Is that why there's laughter? Okay. Because this feels like, oh, it's Katamari Damacy, but with mines. Jeez. Okay, that was more violent than I thought. Gotcha. Ow. Are we meant to be speedrunning this? We're speedrunning mine explosions. So it goes in the direction the camera's facing, right? Yep. Holy cow. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, they've turned this into like a pseudo marble rolling. What's happened to the screen? Oh no. A pseudo marble rolling platformer speedrun, like time attack challenge? That's not the direction I thought this would be going in. Can I close this and go back to my level? Also can't full screen it properly anymore. The window has broken. Oh no. Squaretron in with the £35 donation. Thank you very much for supporting the stream and supporting the Jingle Jam charity. Make sure you grab your game pack. Enjoy. This is the best we're going to get. I can't full screen it anymore. And exit. Just close the game. Cool. I was hoping that would close the menu, but it did not. So that's fine. We'll just go back into it. Yeah, speed running bomb defusal detonation project does seem a little distasteful. Okay, this is as good as we're going to get. We'll play a couple of levels and see where it gets to. Squaretron, you're welcome. Not many people donating so on. That's okay. I'm not expecting to get a huge amount of donations. And remember, we're going to be doing this across 4 streams as well. But hope you enjoy the pack of games. It looks like there's some good titles in there. And if you have any spare keys that for games that you already have, feel free to let me know. We can do a giveaway for them over on the Discord, or obviously give them to your friends and family first if you've got anyone that would be interested in them. Yeah, demining is important, but I feel like it's not in good taste. I kind of agree. Okay, let's do a couple of levels. Maybe there'll be some messaging at the end of it. Maybe the game punishes you for not detonating them all or something. Get the bad ending if you leave mines unexploded. I don't know, it just, yeah. It's tackling something that's a really interesting thing that exists, but maybe not doing it with the nuance that it deserves. Okay. I feel like I got through that so much better last time. Like, if you took this gameplay idea and just put a different coat of paint on it, it'd probably be fine. But from the perspective of, oh, this is to help communities, I don't know. It feels like golf, but bad. And then putting on this splash text of approximately 80% of landmine victims are civilians. This doesn't... It's leaving a bad taste in my mouth. Yeah, exactly, Sky. Hole 1 is meant to be like golf. That's what it feels like. And the little childlike laughter as they push it down the hill, it's putting a very unserious tone on what's quite a sensitive topic. And this is part of why I didn't want to bring bingo into these streams, because it would be insensitive, I think, to, wow, gamify a serious topic to this level. I think this would be a fun game with a different coat of paint, not this one. Like, the momentum and stuff that you can get out of this is kind of fun. Trying to also send a serious message at the same time? No. That's not good. Children and young people have the right to grow up free from fear and violence. I agree with what you're saying, but not in the way you're saying it. Yeah. Mixed messaging. Know what I mean? Like, the game devs clearly had some interesting ideas going on here with explosive momentum. It's probably the best way I can describe it. But yeah, I think it's just the wrong subject matter for it. Okay, that way, I guess. And then use that to launch over. Okay. Come on. Oh, we're meant to be going further that way? Well, we'll have to come back down here because I thought there was, yeah, one here. Oh, and they included slow-mo. So you can watch in glorious slow detail. Also, the cursor isn't locked to the window, so that's fun. Okay, we go. Missed it. So if I'm rolling that way but facing that way, yeah. It's also a little bit glitchy with the little spindly bits kind of bouncing in directions they're not supposed to. Landmines affect 200 people every month. An estimated 800 of those affected with die. And you can see the other courses out here. Sorry. They spent so much time on the gameplay and level design mechanics that they forgot to spell check and grammatically check the information that's meant to make a difference. Landmines affect 200 people every month. An estimated 800 of those affected with die? 800 out of 200? How does that work? Are those numbers the wrong way round? Is it different statistics that they're speaking to? I don't know. And because of that, this is oh God. Pardon the pun, but it's undermining the message that it's trying to send. Yeah, I think we're going to leave this one here. Interesting idea, wrong theme for a game. I think they were too focused on making something fun and not focused enough on handling the subject matter with care. Because not all the games in this pack tried to send a message. The first couple we did, like the first one was just about robots and collaboration. And then we had one that was about spiraling into a black hole. that's fine. They're just games that were produced to support a cause. Trying to make a fun game with a touchy theme to support a cause, no, they crossed a line here. I'm glad we got to see this, because this is a fascinating piece of gaming, and it's really interesting to see. I think, was it Sky that said there? No, Mamamoo said the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I think that summarizes this perfectly. This was built with good intentions, and I think they stumbled across every block along the way. This is a game which, although fun, has its foot in its mouth. Oops. That's disappointing. Interesting idea. Shouldn't have tried to tie it to that theme as well. Oh, it's how these things go down sometimes. There's always going to be a misstep somewhere. I would have been surprised if every team managed to nail the brief. Especially because it's from a game jam. Let's move on to what looks like a cute puzzle game. Actually, we've got enough time for one more, so I'll let you guys decide what you want to see. We've got either Otomari Rescue, which looks like a match 3 puzzle game. Put this back down a little bit. Or we have Rise, which is another auto-scroller jumping platformer. Splash Bash, which is a local multiplayer brawler, which probably won't work. Or we have Verdant Hue, which is a farming style game, which honestly is the one that I'm probably interested in having a look at, given that we've got time for only one more. But those are the 4 that we've got. Octomari Rescue, Rise, Splash Bash, or Verdant Hue. Let me know if you've got a preference one way or another, otherwise I will just pick one for us to play. 2 votes for Verdant Hue. Also, welcome Western Stations. How you going? I think I missed a message from you before. Yeah, he said that 800 out of 200. Welcome back. Hope they learned from this game and all the mistakes they made with the theming and all. I hope so as well. I hope it came through as a learning experience for them. All right, let's have a look at Verdant Hue, and we'll put the sounds back up a little bit. That music is surprisingly loud. Okay, made with Unity. Spilt Milk Studios. Who wants to look them up and see what else Spilt Milk Studios have done? Because so far, every studio we've seen has been involved in some other quite good games. West Stations, you're doing all right. Thank you for raising money, such awareness for this charity. It is my pleasure to be involved in this, to be perfectly honest. And shout out to Sky, actually, who gave me the reminder about Jingle Jam actually being a thing, because I had heard about it, several years ago, and especially back when they did the first big ones, like pre-COVID. I did not realize that it was also open for other streamers to be able to contribute to and help raise funds and awareness as well. So Sky was the one who actually messaged me. I was like, hey, have you thought about doing this? They did Trash Goblin. I have heard of that one. Yeah, okay. The Wallace and Gromit Power Wash Sim DLC. I'm sorry. There's a Wallace and Gromit Power Washing Sim DLC. That's incredible. I'd been on the fence about picking up Power Wash Simulator because as an idea, it doesn't sound that engaging, but then I found out it has co-op as well. And now I know there's a Wallace and Gromit DLC. I think I might be on board. All right, there is an info button. You guys will not be able to read this because it is teeny tiny. That's how it goes. Built in honor of every child affected by war. Credits developed by Spilt Milk Studios. Mostly done by, there was a couple of people. Andrew J. Smith, Andrew R. Roper, Andrew Greer. How did they manage to have 3 Andrews in the team? That would be so confusing. Hey, Andrew. Yes. It says 3 people. Aaron Durkin, Store Materials and Logo by Jake Briggs, built in Unity. Alright, cool. I can't make the window any bigger. But what I might be able to do for you guys, let's try this. We can do that at least. so you guys can actually see what we're playing. Oh, it's so tiny. Oh, it's another one which keeps going. Our farm was caught up in the fighting some time ago. The soldiers have moved on, but not before I lost my family. I've still got my hands, a hoe, and the water from our broken pipe. I couldn't stop it leaking, but it should help me in the days to come. The people of the nearby village try to help out. They visit and leave me letters sometimes. They suffered too, so maybe I can help them. My parents always talked about how the colours in the fields seem to grow brighter every day. A verdant hue, they called it. I hoped to see it again. Okay. We can move. I can click on that to move it. Using my hoe to till the bare land is the only way to start. Then I can plant some seeds. They should be in my seeds pocket. They'll need watering, so I'm thankful I can remember my mother and father showing me how to make a watering can amongst other tools. And I'll need patience too. But after a few days of tending, they should give me some produce. I'll have to get up early every day, and time doesn't stand still even if I will run out of puff when it gets dark. If I take my time and find the right tool for the right job, I'll be grand. The land will provide the materials I need. Okay, so tools, letters, see, so that cycles through the different things. I have a hoe. Can I use it on the ground? I can, and I got something. One like dirt or a seed? I don't know. Also don't seem to be able to pause the timer, so this is going to be fun. I like that it's all mouse-based. That's actually something unusual. Don't say that too often. Sky, yeah, Jingle Jam is now a separate entity to the Yogscast, though the Yogs still lead it on their side, of course. This year, they've especially pushed for loads more creators to join in. And I'm glad that they did. I think it really helps with the community feel to everything. We're going to till one more, and then we need to get some seeds planted and watered ASAP, or we're going to be in trouble. Unfortunately, we have some strawberry seeds. Okay, cool. Go us. We can plant some things. Okay, perfect. You're all down. And do I have watering can? I do. Please, water. Yes. Do I need to fill it up? Might need to fill it up. Are we going to be able to do it before we run out of time? Okay. There we go. He's filled it up. It's already 5 o'clock. Oh god, it takes like half an hour to walk from the field and back. We did it! We watered one. It's not going to die immediately. Does the day end at 6? No. It's also... I mean, I'm assuming it has some kind of day-night cycle. Maybe it ends at midnight. I don't want to put any more down in case I can't water them in time. But also, I don't have any more seeds, so I couldn't if I tried. Okay, I have to go home. It won't let me click on anything else. My only choice is to go home. Okay. Yeah, no pause like multiplayer Stardew. I think Stardew does pause if everyone pauses at the same time. I seem to recall that being a thing. End of day 1. Be more stressed in the mines. Yeah, I did find that more stressful, to be honest. Okay, so far, yeah, it's like a harvest moon light. Let's make sure our watering can is topped up, which it looks like it is. What you doing, buddy? Please water. Don't know how many times we can use it before it runs out. But once this is done, we'll go check the mail because that's flashing, so it's important. Seems like we maybe got some seeds from tilling, so I think we just need to get busy with the hoe. Can I interact with this? A friend told me about your efforts. I don't usually do this, but could you give me 2 aubergines? It'd mean the world. I would love to, but I currently have no aubergines. And no aubergine seeds. It has a scroll bar on the... Oh. Oh, we have a scroll... Oh, okay. You can scroll it. That's a nice way to keep it nice and compact. Yeah, this feels like a Stardew Light. Like, all right, perfect. We're just going to keep everything nice and compact. Maybe a little too compact. There are more tools that can be unlocked, but we don't know how. Maybe it's by fulfilling requests. We have no produce. That's fine. We're just starving to death, but we're not going to worry about that. Let's till all of the ground we can because I assume this will give us some resources. That's giving us one something. On what? It's not a seed that it's giving us. Not produce. I can't see recipes for making any of those things, so it's just going to be a mystery. Is this the thing I can interact with? What's this on the side? What are you? You tried to do something. I have no idea. All right, well, day 2 is going to be I tilled the ground. It looks like coal or something. I'm not sure. Harvest Moon / Story Seasons, my beloved. I played... Can't remember which one it was. There was a Harvest Moon game that was on the Game Boy Advance. I played that to death. Absolutely loved that game. I loved the endless mineshaft mechanic in it. It was great. Loved it. I have not played any other Harvest Moon game because I got into Stardew Valley and was kind of like, oh, this offers more. It's been a long time, and it's probably time that I did get back into Harvest Moon again. It maybe would make for some nice cozy streams. I'm sure there's a Harvest Moon game on Steam that has less than 200 reviews. Surely there is. All right, day 2, successful. We tilled ground and we watered some things. And we got told, please, can I have some aubergines? Okay. Oh, we can now craft a shovel. Fantastic. Love it. Let's go down here. Can I move? Yes. Let's go and check out... Mate, no. Where you going? Where you going, buddy? Come over here. It looks like they have to complete an action before they can do the next one. Okay, what's the mail? A friend told me about what you're doing. This is a bit forward to me, but is there any chance you might give me 8 daisies? It would help me with my daughter. I don't even have 1 daisy, Ava. Get it together, come on. Guy does things, welcome, how you doing? How's this still going? I was doing some recordings for a final and this is still going. Yes, we're doing a 4-hour stream today, so we're going to be wrapping up soon-ish. This is the... Whoa, okay, we're just gliding across the ground, that's fine. This is the last game that we're going to be playing. They've been a mixed bag. The last one was mechanically fine, topically questionable. And I was wondering if any games would be like that in this compilation. So we found it. It also looks like the shovel has... Oh, I need 5 logs and 13 whatever the other thing is to make it. So I can't do anything with it just yet. Unless I can interact with these grey things. Although I'm assuming there's some kind of rock. I can't just pick it up with my hands, right? Oh, I can. Oh, fantastic. Would have been nice if the game told me that. That gives me enough to craft a shovel. Okay. What can I use the shovel on? This? Excellent. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Look at all the resources we'll have. I'm assuming that the shovel won't work on this. Nope. Okay. We can come around here and do that one. Yeah, the games are all right. Mamu. What's TBT stand for? I forget. I know TBF is like to be fair. No, I didn't want to do that. Ruin my beautiful groundwork. We can't go there? Well, that's too hard, is it? Can I clear the vines? No, I'm going to need a different tool for that. Got it. Oh, truth be told. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, only lets me do it from the side. So, alright, well, that's a no-go then. We'll just re-till the soil. Truth be told, Stardew took the farming sim world by storm. Did everything better than... Yes, it absolutely did. And it's still been getting updates. I think I heard that Concerned Ape is working on one more update for Stardew Valley to release before Haunted Chocolatier, which I'm excited for. Although I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much, because I think the reality is that Haunted Chocolatier is probably going to be a little rougher than Stardew Valley at launch, but probably has more room for growth and potential. Don't know, are other people here excited for Haunted Chocolatier? Like I said, I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much, but it's more stuff from Concerned Ape. Like, it's got to be good, right? I would love to be able to read this. I remember when your parents taught you some of these skills you're using now. They'd be so proud. I'm pretty much at my wit's end. Would you give me 8 daisies? No, I have 0 daisies. Where are you expecting me to get these from? But I don't think this plant is ready yet. Well, let's keep watering. We don't want our plants to die. Okay, we just watered it from all the way over there. Got it. This is a little clunky. Not gonna lie. Oh, we have to walk for that one. Got it. Yep, there we go. I'll admit, I was expecting that I would need to go and refill this watering can by now. I'm very surprised I have not. Okay, we can plant 1 daisy. We'll put it over there. Because I misclicked and it didn't go where I thought it was going to go, but it's fine. Let's keep tilling and see if we find more seeds, I guess. I don't mind it being a little clunky. For something that was thrown together in a game jam, it's kind of doing exactly what I would have expected it to do. But I also love it feels like the kind of game that could have been designed as like a little window that sits down the bottom of your screen, and it's done more like an idle game than something active. I'm going to call it that this is either just going to be a cute little light farming game, or it's going to be like some of the previous ones, and after day 7, the entire thing gets turned upside down and everything's burnt. Who knows, right? It could do anything. And that's the part of the thing, like, I'm always playing these now being like, what is it going to do next? How is this game going to surprise me, or is it actually just fine? My poor house is partially destroyed over there, but we're just making the best of it. No, I can't water those seeds? Why not? Is my watering can actually empty now? Can't tell. Okay. Need to refill it? Yes. Okay, good. And come down here. We're not going to get there in time. No, are my daisies going to die now? Please water it. You're right there. Oh, you suck. You are the literal worst. You're going to stand next to these dry seeds and go, yeah, but I'm tired. They're dead in the morning. I'm going to be so sad. It's going to be worse than when the dog died. They're still there. And we've had some things. Those are meant to be strawberries. Why are they black? I was going to be like, oh, the moral of the story is nothing can grow in this war-torn soil. Oh, you're right. It's too dark to water. I can't see what I'm doing. But I can make my way home. Friend told me about what you're doing over there. Don't usually do this because you give me 6 aubergines. These people are so greedy. My goodness. Oh, we've got some strawberries. Lovely black strawberries. Concerned? Okay. Well, that's cool. We got them, and we got some extra seeds out of it as well. So we're just now going to perpetuate this strawberry farm. Nothing but strawberries for days. Plonk you down as well. What seeds have we got? We've got one more aubergine seed, so we'll put you over there, I guess. Perfect. And then... Oh, we have an orange seed? Sure, up there. And then 5 more strawberry seeds, which we'll do down in the corner. Get them all grouped together. Now we just have to try and water everything in time. I'm assuming at some point we'll unlock more tools to deal with all this other stuff. Hang on, one of the strawberries didn't plant. That's just rude. Yeah, I could see a farming game with this kind of low poly aesthetic do quite well. It would. There's probably already at least one out there, to be honest. No, okay, yeah, I thought I had 5 strawberry seeds. I guess not, but also that's not an orange. The orange seed is still in my bag. Did I somehow plant a strawberry up there? Guess I must have. Alright, cool. Well, we've got that now. Watering can. Go. I can't clear out anything else yet. Because for some reason it's not letting me deal with this one here. And I can't cut through the other stuff. I'm assuming I need some kind of clippers or something for it. She wanted 2 aubergines. 8 daisies. 8 daisies. 6 aubergines. Well, can't do any of those because currently we have 0 aubergines. Love it. Can I just keep, like, retilling the same piece of ground? Not when it's nighttime, we can't. Alright, I'm gonna go home. See what we can do tomorrow. We'll probably play another 5 or 10 minutes of this, and then if nothing else exciting happens, we might call it there. I mean, so far it's a little clunky. It's cute. Oh, cool. Now we can craft an axe. And I have all the materials, so perfect. We now have an axe. This is maybe just a little simple. Sometimes simple is good, sometimes simple is bad. Wish I had your attitude. You're a real example to us all. I'm at my wit's ends. Is there any chance you might give me 7 strawberries? If I had them, I would. But I don't. So let's water all the crops. And then put this axe to use. Oh, I think we're out of water. In the meantime, we're just surviving based on strawberries, nothing else. And this is where the game really could have taken a dark turn if it went, well, you've got a hunger meter and you need to balance growing enough things to keep yourself alive and being able to feed a community. That could have been dark. It could have taken the same stance as that one that we played with the shop set in Africa, where it goes, well, you can't do both. You either keep yourself alive or you keep your community alive. You pick. Alright, can we chop this? We can. Look at all the wood we're getting. Ah, but we can't get rid of stumps. Does the shovel get rid of the stump? It does! Okay, okay. We can make progress that way then. It's like the first thing you do in Stardew Valley. You get your farm, and you need to go and just clear all the land. Doesn't matter if you don't make profits for a while. You got things to do. It's a cute little sound effect there. Alright. So much land. So much room for activities. Get the axe back out. Question is, what else would we be doing with these resources? It doesn't look likely that we would ever be fixing the house. We still have a pickaxe to unlock and something that looks like a bucket? Hard to tell. This is the kind of game where I'm just like, well, what are the other mechanics that it's going to introduce? How much depth or complexity to this story is there? Okay. All right, that's all we could get done on that day. Back home we go. At least the requests don't seem to expire. End of day 6, dawn of a new day. Who else now is begging for help? What do we got? Hello. 4 strawberries! We can do that! How do I give them to you? I do have 4 strawberries. In fact, I have 24 strawberries. Donate 1, 2, 3, 4. We did it? Maybe? I hope that worked. I can give more. So sure, we've given a handful. I've got 15 left. We'll go fill up the water first so we don't run out partway through. Let's see if that does anything, I guess. Very curious about that now. I was expecting I would interact with the letter and then have like a confirm button or something and it would take the strawberries all at once. Maybe it doesn't work that way? Hey. It is interesting playing a game that is so peaceful, but with kind of uncomfortable undertones. You know what I mean? Like, you know there's something else going on here. Yeah, nothing here is ready to harvest yet. Nah. Okay, well, let's go back to clearing out land then. I'm assuming that in another couple of days it'll go, here, have a pickaxe recipe. We'll be able to craft that straight away. Right, can we interact with this? Why are you trying to go over there? It's like it thinks you need to be next to a thing. I will say it's a little janky in that there are some things you can only interact from the sides rather than from above and below. Oh. Yeah, and I'm not going to be too critical for a game that's come about from a game jam. It's going to have some flaws and some bugs in it. So I bet it won't let me remove this stump. Oh, it will. Okay, I can do that. Maybe it's just from not from below then? If I walk here, can I... Okay, that worked. Sure. Why? Just some weird pathing, I guess. Well, another productive day clearing the land. Let's see if our neighbor was happy with our donation, shall we? Do you reckon they'll give us anything? There's no currency, so it is just donating. End of day 7. You did it! Your reward is 6 seeds. Okay. So I'm guessing that's just the cycle for it then. Oh, and we got 3 carrots as well. So it allows you to grow a larger variety of crops. Also, I don't know why these ones are staying watered when the others don't. No new mail today? And did the request... Oh, the request was gone from here. Okay. So that is the cycle then. So we would also get other equipment after enough time has progressed and go from there. There doesn't seem to be any kind of menu. I don't know if this saves as it goes or what the deal is, but this is where we are. So you can gain additional types of seeds via random chance by just tilling the ground, or you get some additional ones by completing requests and donating things. So it looks like it's just a perpetual game. There's no end as such to it because there's no way to save. fascinating, because I'm pretty sure if I now reboot that, it's going to put us back at the start. Just testing this theory. Let's have a look. Am I correct? Oh, no, it does autosave. Yeah, puts us back on day. Okay, so it saves at the end of each day. That's good. Okay. Would like if it was more clearly communicated. Okay. Yeah, certainly a more hopeful game. I agree. And I think that's a nice one to end on, going, well, yes, we know about the impact of war and how it affects communities and the lives of individuals and families, but also going, well, there are things you can do to recover and to be able to move through it. It's not all doom and gloom. There is some hope at the end of the tunnel. And to me, I think that makes for a nice game to end on. All right, let's put us back to here. There we go. Oh, all right. Well, that's going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. We're going to be doing another stream tomorrow, which will be a Wheel of Misfortune stream, but with dev-submitted games. It will also be the stream where we are drawing the prizes for last month's bingo points. So make sure that you're there for that one so you can see who's winning what, which will be quite exciting. Next week, there'll be a couple more streams as well. We're also hoping to have a new video out by the end of this weekend. So more content coming your way if that's what you're interested in. But otherwise, thank you for being here for part 1 of the Jingle Jam stream. Al Lottle, you are late, unfortunately. I've been streaming for 4 hours and you rock up right at the end of it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We just finished playing the last game. But we will be streaming same time tomorrow if you want to jump in for this one. Oh, sorry, I have a delivery. I'll be back in a second just to wrap this up. There we go. Of course, I set a delivery to arrive between 12 and 1, and it arrives at 12:04. The company are just overachievers. So yes, as I was saying, I think this has been a fantastic way to kick off the Jingle Jam stream. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out today. Thank you to everyone that has donated and contributed towards our £200 goal that we're raising for War Child. To hit £120 in the first stream is just incredible. I cannot thank you all enough for your generosity. It actually really does mean a lot to me. So like I said, we'll be back with more streaming tomorrow, playing some developer submitted games, and we'll be starting with Claire a la Mode from Colorgrave, who've done a couple of games that we've played in the past. New video hopefully coming out by the end of this week, which will be something a little bit new, and I'll be looking for some feedback on to see if you're interested in more videos like it. And then there'll be another 2 streams next weekend, a regular Wheel of Misfortune on the Saturday, and on Sunday we're going to be looking at random itch.io games, which we've done once before and was quite good fun and a great way to see some bizarre indie stuff. So I hope you look forward to it. Again, thank you everyone for hanging out today, and I will see you again relatively soon. Until then, take care.